Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second ever Helsinki Startup Day. My name is Janne Rola. I'll be hosting the day, taking part some of these other gaming slots and so forth. But otherwise, I'll be torturing you from morning to the afternoon. Helsinki has become some sort of a startup haven, and we have Slush, we have all sorts of other events, just like this, here in the pompous City Hall. And we have these wonderful people, revolutionaries here, but we have also hundreds and hundreds and maybe thousands, maybe millions potential viewers in the video stream as well. So try to behave. But since we are at the City Hall, it's my honor to introduce you the Director of the Economic Development of City of Helsinki, Ms. Marja-Leena Rinkineva. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. On behalf of the City of Helsinki, I would like to warmly welcome you all to the second ever Startup Day, Helsinki Startup Day. Especially I want to welcome our guests from our neighboring countries and other cities, maybe not around the world, but maybe around Europe. You're all warmly welcome to the City Hall and to this wonderful event. As we all know, and as we already heard, Helsinki has really become a startup heaven, not only because of Slush, but because of many, many other things that are happening here. For example, in Maria 01, we have already now over 1,000 members in that campus, and the campus will be growing in the coming years. We know that during the last couple of years, several growth companies have really been able to raise significant funding, and the whole ecosystem is really growing here. But now here we are at the Helsinki Startup Day, at the time when the sun almost doesn't set in the beautiful weather after the thunderstorms this morning. And this is really a super week, a big startup events week. There is, in addition to our event today, Arctic 15 will take place later this week. There's a European Business Angels Conference in Helsinki. Cleantech Venture Day is happening here. And city is now filled with startups, with investors, with people who are seeking for the next opportunity and maybe, hopefully, seeking for another unicorn to be born. And of course, making a healthy startup ecosystem, it's not just about trying to build or make these unicorn companies, it's more about entrepreneurship and innovation. In Helsinki, over 10,000 companies are founded in the Helsinki metropolitan area, over 10,000 companies are founded annually. And this is absolutely the number that I'm really proud of, because every one of these new companies is important and can really make a difference. And this is also what we want to see in Helsinki, a place where you can make a hell of an impact. A place where people enjoy their jobs, environment, and live lives, a place where happiest people in the world live. And to make this happen, you need an environment where to evolve, thrive, and grow. And we at the city government, we don't start a single company, we don't create a single private job. But our job here is to provide the best possible environment and resources to continue this growth. And this is something that we are working on at the city, and this is what also this Helsinki Startup Day is all about. And this is also the reason why Helsinki Startup Day is open for anyone who is interested in startups, in funding, in the whole ecosystem. We want to invite everybody here because you never know how or when the next big thing or small thing might pop out. Today, Helsinki Startup Day focuses especially in gaming industry and health tech. Both these industries have really thrived in Helsinki and continue to grow. Of course, in the gaming industry, there are these world-famous companies known, but also in the health tech area, there is a reason to expect really new companies and new startups who have the potential to reach the stars. And already now, the health tech industry is the fastest growing startup sector in Helsinki. At the moment, over 500 companies are making their up the ladder. So there are investors in the room, early bird catches the worm. In addition to these themes, this Startup Day is about New Nordics. As you all know, the world is getting smaller and smaller, but at the same time, the competition is harder than ever. I already now dare to say that Helsinki is like the old startup city, but the new ones are really catching up, and we need to do better. And the reason why we are talking about New Nordic is that recent studies have shown that Nordic startup ecosystem is the fastest growing in Europe. And I believe that the reasons for this are quite clear. We don't really think about those. But if we think, the whole society, we have a great infrastructure, we have a long history of successful tech companies, our environment is safe, nature clear, and we share the values of equality and democracy. And these are the cornerstones of New Nordics. And in today's world, we do need more things that bring us together than tear us apart. And that is why here in Helsinki Startup Day, we are also concentrating on our neighbors. The focus is to see how New Nordics, the Nordic and Baltic countries, working together will make us much bigger than their sum. This day is filled with keynotes, workshops, networking, ecosystem introductions. But most of all, it's all about you. Most of all, it's all about us. So let's enjoy the day, make new friends, good new connections, cherish the old friendships. And because without each other, the New Nordics couldn't be the most thriving community in Europe. And next year, I hope that we will be #1 ecosystem, startup ecosystem in the world. So once more, you're warmly welcome to this Helsinki Startup Day.
A couple of technical details before we go to the actual program. In the good old days, revolutions needed barricades, and nowadays we use Twitter. So if and when you use social media, please use the hashtag HSD2019. And if you're planning on having a BRELA meeting, the code for that is HSD2019 as well. And most important thing, if you need to go wash your hands, there are no toilets on this floor, you have to go downstairs. Men's are in that corner and women in that corner downstairs. All right. Okay, but now to the point. As you may know, Finland is supposedly the happiest country in the world. And since the Nordics and New Nordics are virtually similar countries, we have the same problem. We are really, really, really happy. And also our ecosystems, Nordic ecosystems, new Nordic innovation ecosystems seem to be very happy. They are thriving. So since we are in Helsinki and we have somewhere around in the audience, we have the head of NewCo Helsinki, Tommo Koivusalo. Could I please introduce you, and would you go and explain why Helsinki is so happy?
Thanks. Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you. Tommo.
Yeah, this is my slide. Good. So, we being the main organizer of this event, I'm pretty happy to see that we were able to last year act like a startup while being part of the city. We did the MVP of this day. It went pretty well, and now I feel that we have the first really product that is sellable. And this is the way we at the city should be doing things more and more. I'll keep this quite short, but that you understand that this day is for you, is for the community, for you guys, because we are succeeding together. Nobody here can succeed alone. We need each other. They are networks that are competing against each other. No single person, no single company, no single city, no single country in today's world. And I strongly feel that we here in Helsinki, together with the other cities, we can compete with anybody. And the reason is that there is so much trust in this society that we can share, we can be open, we don't have to be basically scared of anything. But a couple of words about the NewCo and what we are doing. Maybe at least most of you know us somehow, but to explain it in three things. So our role inside the city is to maximize the amount of new successful businesses founded every year. Last year we were involved in something like almost 1,200 new businesses founded. After 5 years, 80% of those are still alive. And it tells something about those guys in this city who are founding new business. I hope it also tells something about us. Then we have several target audiences. We help sole entrepreneurs who want to found their business and just do it for themselves. We help startups and then also we help scale-ups, especially in selected industries. And even though you might think that a single entrepreneur is different from a startup team, but still they share the same reality of the money. If you run out of the money, if you don't have cash flow, you are out, you'll die as a business. And this is something we don't want to happen to anybody. Sounds easy. I've been in that business myself several times. In reality, it's pretty hard. It's not always fun, but if you really want to do it and you are humble enough to pivot when you have to, then I think that here in the Nordics, you for sure can make it. Then we have a strong emphasis in supporting selected industries. The City of Helsinki, as Marja-Leena mentioned, is top-notch in some things, like in the mobile gaming scene, we are the #1 city in the whole world. We are pretty good at health tech. We have excellent education, edtech companies, and smart and clean is pretty good here. Artificial intelligence, something you call deep tech is okay here, and so forth. And we are also constantly looking for new opportunities. They are mostly niches, such industries where maybe the market here is not that big, but globally it's big enough that we can make successful business out of that. And our role there is to work behind the scenes mostly. You don't probably recognize that we are involved in something, but we just want to see the results taking place, because at the end, the business of NewCo Helsinki is pretty easy. Our business is to help, and if somebody establishes successful business in Helsinki, we will win together. It's this simple, and that's why I actually like a lot what I'm doing, and when I look at the team of NewCo, a bit over 30 persons together, it's so cool to be helping you guys to be successful and to become successful along you while doing that. So today we want to present you opportunities. We want to share information that maybe is not that easy to gather alone. This event is a lot about sharing information about not only Helsinki, but the other new Nordic cities. Then we have some research information. You'll find out there's heavy matchmaking taking place, and free speech encounters, happy faces, and when you leave the City Hall today, I'm hoping that you felt that it was worth spending your day here. You get to know somebody you didn't know before. You get to know a piece of information is useful for you, things like that. This is not a hype event. This event is about sharing information that is useful for you. So enjoy, and once again, welcome.
Thanks. We are about to hear more about incubators and accelerators in the Finnish innovation ecosystem. Our next speaker has 25 years of experience of entrepreneurship, investment activities, launching new innovative businesses, as well as coordination of management of various national and international growth programs. Please welcome Chairman of the Board of the Finnish Business Acceleration Network, FINAC, Ms. Maarit Tuominen.
Thank you. Okay, great to see everybody here, and good morning to everybody. Actually, last year we mapped these Finnish incubators and accelerators, and as many of you know, that we don't have any nationwide initiative, a national initiative in this area, meaning that we don't have any evaluation process or measurement systems that covers all actors and activities, meaning that or financial instrument to start an accelerator or incubator or run the accelerator and incubator. So that means that we have a lot of different type of actors and activities, because almost anybody can call themselves as an incubator or accelerator. This accelerator is more like a modern term for incubation activities. But as said, so if someone calls themselves as an accelerator, it can mean 1 month program for students, or it might be an investment-driven development project for growth companies. So a lot of different type of activities there. So, but we divided this in 4 sectors or segments. So pre-incubation, incubators, and growth accelerators and accelerator programs. If I shortly go through this, what do we mean by that? So this grouping was more like to whom and what phase these services are focused. So we have a lot of pre-incubation activities there. Altogether, by the way, there were something like 60 players or activities or actors in this field, but there were something like 20 of them that were really short-term projects or programs, and a lot of this kind of consultancy-based, more company-specific services that just were named as an accelerator program. So pre-incubators are, as said, they are activities before companies are established. A lot of universities, polytechnics are operating in that area. roughly we can share these in two categories. Those that are focused to students, so entrepreneurial courses, a lot of this kind of training and workshops, etc. And then we have this business from research, where we have a remarkable instrument, financial instrument provided by Business Finland. And it can be up to this, it's called Tutli funding, and it can be up to several hundreds of thousands of euros. And it's for research groups and researchers who want to create business out of their research. And then we had these incubators that are normally mixed, so they don't have any industry focus, and it's mainly because they don't have enough deal flow for sectors or industry-specific activities. It's very seldom that in other cities than Helsinki metropolitan area or maybe Turku are able to run sector-specific activities. So mainly these are this kind of mixed, so they are no this kind of focus areas and are located all over Finland in mainly big cities. Also, these incubators are often flexible in their duration, so they don't have this kind of strict application dates and durations of their activities. So normally it's something between 1 to 3 years, and in many cases there are some space included in those activities. One thing also why we divided so that because this was this growth acceleration was one of the focus areas that our Ministry of Trade and Industry wanted to know more about what type of growth accelerators and growth acceleration we have here. So growth accelerators we put in that basket is those actors and who really select the companies. And companies are in that stage that they have some kind of history already, so they have shown. So it's quite close there in seed investment, because anyway, investment is very much involved in this segment. And in this category, there are also private, or it's heavily privately owned that activities. One of these are Vigo, or accelerator started from Vigo program a couple of years ago. Quite many of them are moving or moved towards venture capitalist model, more or less. But here are also a group that might be possible to find a business model in this incubation accelerator field. In this incubator sector, the players who are there, they are municipal development companies, there are universities, polytechnics, there are associations might be there behind it, but a lot of let's say no business model or this kind of private business model there. And then we have these accelerator programs that has been there's been very huge boom all over Europe and the world, this kind of short, fixed term, 1 to 6 months programs, but they are also focused to early and startup phase and early growth phase. The one thing that's very challenging there is to find a business model. It's very many of them has this corporate startup model there, where the corporates has been sponsoring these programs, but it seems that also in Finland and also in Europe, that it's pretty hard to commit these sponsors after 2 or 3 years. So it's very hard to find a business model there also. Maybe just one thing there about these growth accelerators. Here, as said, the financing and the financing is very, very important element, and also how the success is built inside it. So the model depends on, or most of the revenues comes when the company success is really, so meaning exits, but it takes several years to make this happen. So this type of model also needs some funding before that business model really appears. Okay, I have only 50 seconds. Okay, if you look from a sector-focused, or from that point of view, that what kind of sectors there are representing and where you find incubator or accelerator activities, there are education, accelerator. I saw them, they have very good activities there, and also international activities. We have activities in life science area, gaming, creative industries, and so forth. Some of these has been only short term, and they are already finished, but and some of them try to build a long-lasting model. But as said, and then there are the activities that are quite near what these accelerators and incubators do. Okay, but this is something that I want to point also that, as I said in the at the beginning, that we don't have any structures, activities, or nationwide initiative, and it's very hard to find a business model. And almost all of these accelerators and incubators are struggling about the funding side. So this is something that we need to really discuss here and try to find the model how to support that field to grow and really build high impact and high level services. And also that we then could be able to measure really the impact and the effectiveness. And the short-term activity, there are a lot of funding going to these short-term activities. And if you put all this money together and really create something more sustainable, I think it's more profitable and brings more value to society. And also, if we have a good business model there and continuity, there's a way or easier way to really attract high-level people to run these incubators and accelerators. And but also that we got to see that in Finland, we are quite a small country, and we don't have very huge amount of high-quality deal flow. And there are some things that we should do there too, how we could turn this research more to viable businesses, for example. Okay, shortly, there's a lot of more to discuss about, but if someone is interested, you can discuss more. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the wise words about the long-scale thinking, which is really noteworthy. Think about that. Our next speaker is going to talk about scale-ups. And boy, does he really know about what he's talking about. He used to be the director, he has been the director of Norway Seafoods, which was established 3 years ago, and it already has 3,000 employees. It has become the world's largest seafood company. Please welcome the brilliant Svein Berg.
Thank you for your kind words. Let me come with one correction. I did work in a scale-up some years ago, and it took 3 years from registering the company till we had 3,500 employees. So it was quite a journey that we went through. I will touch upon that later on in my presentation. First of all, let me emphasize that I'm very happy to be in Helsinki today. I have to acknowledge that I say that from time to time when I'm given the opportunity to address a group. But this time I'm very happy. It's not because it is great to be back in beautiful Helsinki. It is not because I am participating in a conference focusing on startups. But I'm very happy to be here because we are going to speak about something more important than startups, and that is scale-ups. First of all, why are scale-ups so important? I asked one colleague of mine once, bright woman, civil engineer, had an MBA, and I said to her, when she presented a very interesting company to me, and I asked her, well, what is this company's contribution to the value creation? She said, that's very simple. That is the return on investment that this company is able to achieve. Well, I said, that's a kind of limited approach to it. When you are to measure the value creation that a company participates to, you need to look at how many jobs is the company creating, what's the national output, what is the quality of the jobs, and also how does a company contribute to the ecosystem that the company is part of. Or more precisely, how are a company, or how is a company contributing to financing the hospitals, the roads, the army, the police? How does the companies participate in putting food on your table? If you are to take one thing from my presentation today, that has to be this equation. The good thing about value creation, it is that it's very easy to measure. Value creation that a company contributes to can be measured by 4 elements. First of all, how many jobs or how much salary does the company pay? Secondly, how much taxes or how much does the company pay in taxes? Thirdly, how much interest does a company pay to the banks? Not installment, but interest. And lastly, how much dividends does a company pay to the shareholders? If you were to guess, what do you think is the most important element of these 4? Salaries, yes. I took out the numbers from Norway. More than 70% of a company's contribution to the value creation in a society is the salary that the company pays. This underlines the fact that startups are important, but if a startup doesn't grow, it's not important for the country as a whole. If you are to uphold the value creation in a country, if you are to uphold the welfare state, we need to have companies that grow. Let me underline that it's not only private companies that contribute to the value creation. Say, for instance, a hospital that receives babies. That's not measured as a cost, while a funeral home, privately owned, is value creation. Of course, public sector is also very important when it comes to value creation, but it is measured differently. We have worked together with the national bureaus of statistics in the Nordics. And for the first time, we have been able to have them adjust their data sets so they are using the same definition when it comes to what is a scale-up. I will come back to the definition that we're using. But for the first time, we published this a little bit more than a month ago. For the first time, we have statistics on a Nordic level. And when I say on a Nordic level, let me also emphasize that I hear so often that Finland is a small country. Yes, Finland is a small country, population-wise. Norway is a small country. Denmark is a small country. Sweden is a small country. But if you combine the 5 Nordic countries, we constitute the 10th or 11th largest economy globally. And when you add that we have the most business-friendly environment, when you add that we are very innovative economies, when you add that we have the standard of living that we have, and you add that we have low corruption, the size of the Nordics together, combined with all the other statistics, it makes the Nordics a very attractive region. So Finland is a small country, yes, but the Nordics, we are not small when you measure it by output in the economies total. Scale-ups. It's only a small number of scale-ups in the Nordics. It's only 0.19% of the number of companies, but they contribute to 5.2% of the employment in the Nordics. And the good thing about this, you can see from the chart here, is that the number of scale-ups are increasing. And when you break down the numbers even more, you see that in 2011, we had 2,100 scale-ups, but 2 years ago, this had increased to 3,000 companies. So the development, the direction is very good. And you can see it's increasing in all Nordic countries. And even better, the scale-ups in the Nordics, they created in the 3 years that we have measured here, more than 200,000 new jobs. We did a survey, or we had a survey done 3 years ago. It was done by a Technopolis group. And they measured the ecosystems, the government measures that supported business development. And they found out that in all Nordic countries, we had quite good systems to support startups. We had quite good measures for SMEs. But when they evaluated the whole value chain and the ecosystem, they saw that when it comes to a support system structured for scale-ups, it seems like we were lacking a good system for that. This was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and I'm very pleased to see that I think much has happened since then. But still, it is interesting to notice that we lack a good system for supporting scale-ups. That is why Nordic Innovation established Nordic Scalers as a program. It's a 2-year program. We recruited companies, approximately 10 companies in 4 batches. The fourth and the last batch is actually graduating today here in Helsinki. And it's important to see how we defined a scale-up. A scale-up we defined, and this is the definition that the National Bureau of Statistics also was using. They defined, or we defined, a scale-up as a company that has a revenue, that the revenue is 2 million euros or more, and that has been an increase in revenue for more than 20% for the last 3 years. Maria touched upon that most companies seem to define themselves as scale-ups. Most companies, in accordance to our definition, is not a scale-up. And then we recruited through an open tender a consortium, partners, to carry out the program. And these are the companies that have done the job for us. Here in Finland, our partner is Maria 01. And I'm pleased to see that we have been very happy by recruiting good partners in carrying out the program. And 4 batches, all in all, 33 companies have participated. Here you can see the division between the Nordic countries. And these are the name of the companies. You might recognize some of them. It's also interesting to see that those who have participated, they are very happy. They think the program has been very good. Key learnings. First of all, a scale-up is not a startup. Say, for instance, when I worked in a scale-up, maybe the most important learning was that we didn't have any systems in place to take care of how do you handle 3,500 employees divided in 3 continents and 15 countries. How do we create systems that can run a group structure? It's so easy to design the legal structure on a chart and present it to the market, which we did. We acquired 30 companies within 3 years. And we could present this to the market in a very structured way. The legal structure is so easy to draw up. But What's important is, of course, the operational structure. How do you have the bits and the pieces of a group to come together in an efficient way? That is what is difficult. How do you build one culture? How do you build one system? Say, for instance, we were to buy and source raw materials, and we had one subsidiary specially designated to buy raw materials. And we said to that company, if the price is below this level, buy, which they did. And within 2 weeks, they had bought raw materials for more than $100 million, which we didn't plan with. Finally, the inventory just increased by $100 million because we didn't have the systems in place. And this is what it takes if you are to run a successful scale-up. Secondly, many startups consider themselves as scale-ups. And it's good to have the ambition of becoming a scale-up, but you are not, in terms of our definition, a scale-up before you are in the market. You have the revenue. It has to be above a certain level, and you are growing. It's not enough to be in the market and test the products. You have to have a revenue and cash flow. It's hard, we have seen in the program, to combine startups and scale-ups. They are so different when it comes to what are their focus. What do they need to have in place? A startup will be looking for testing their business model, pivoting if they need it, while a scale-up is all about how do you grow, how do you expand your top line. The good thing we can leave you with after carrying out 4 batches is that this is something that you can learn. You can learn to become a good manager of a scale-up. You're not born with a gift of running a scale-up efficiently. This is something that you can be trained to do. And we have seen through the 33 companies that we have worked with that to have this €2 million criteria has been the most important criteria to see if they are able to expand fast. I should add that we have discussed this criteria quite a lot. Should we use the revenue, or should we also include, say, how many subscribers do you have? But we have sticked to the revenue part because it's so easy to measure. Mentoring through the program is what the companies say has been most valuable for them. To have one mentor that has gone down the road themselves before, to be a sparring partner, to be a discussion partner, that is what they have learned from. Another challenge is that we see it takes more efforts, it takes more time to support a scale-up compared to a startup. When you are designing a program for supporting a startup, you can in a way work with a group, a batch of companies, and offer the same thing. If you are to work efficiently together with a scale-up, you need to have a tailor-made program. And consequently, it's more costly to have a program for scale-ups. And also, it is a limited number of scale-ups in the Nordics. So that is why it makes sense to actually do this on a Nordic level, because then you can learn from each other. If Finland was to do this alone, you would probably be able to do it, but our opinion is that, based on the experience that we have now, is that you can learn more, you can do it more cost efficiently, and you can also give better support to the companies when you pull the resources together and do it on a Nordic level. Our vision, by having the Scaler program, is to make the Nordic region a leading region when it comes not only for startups, but also for scale-ups. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for inspiring words. Our next speaker comes from South. He's going to explain us about the innovative ecosystem of Estonia. He has launched 5 different companies and a co-founder magazine. He has also a distillery. He lives in Saaremaa. He has a distillery there. And when Estonia announced about a week ago that they will lower the tax of alcohol, his distillery announced that they will give this extra revenue to science in Estonia. Please welcome Tarmo Virki.
Hello, everybody. As a journalist, I first have to say to the previous speaker's story about scale-ups, bullshit. I think it was all built on a premise that scale-ups are not startups, and they are. If a startup grows to a certain stage, it becomes a scale-up, if you want to use that word, but scale-up on its own is basically nothing. It's an SME or the mid-sized company trying to grow into something. So scale-up as such is just a marketing word. But my task was to speak about the Baltics, not about the previous speaker. As said, the credit comes from doing the co-founder magazine. We launched it 5 years ago, and their latest issue is downstairs for you to pick up a free copy before you leave from the venue. I was, as Jan said, done few companies, but let's go to the Baltics. As you know, taking a boat to Estonia, there are 2 more countries, Latvia and Lithuania. In total, it's only slightly bigger by population than Finland. And on the startup scale, kind of looking at the startup world in the 3 countries, a lot has happened in the 5 years. There is, from the Estonian perspective, or also from the Baltic perspective, there's one certain company which has defined a lot. It's Skype, which was built in Estonia, founded by the Danish and the Swedish guy. It's not an Estonian company. I think it was legally Luxembourgian company. But that company actually gave birth to the Estonian startup scene. It created a bunch of millionaires in the country who are investing their money back, or have been investing the money back into the ecosystem. So from that point, maybe 10 plus years ago, the ecosystem started to grow. The page is, of course, from the magazine, I think from the previous issue, showing that by numbers, Estonia is the biggest of the 3, by the amount of the startups in the countries and also by the amount of money raised. The 208 euros per capita raised previous year is probably a rather outstanding number on the European scale. It comes a lot from a few countries, the few companies, the TransferWise, of course. TransferWise also counted as an Estonian startup company, legally headquartered in London, I think, these days. But on the investment side, Skype was giving the birth to it, but through the years, business angels have incorporated in all 3 countries. The Estonia's Estban was founded first. It's now the biggest of the 3 networks. Lithuanians were the last to cooperate last year, I think. And there's a lot of talk about the 3 Baltic countries, Baltic ecosystem. In practice, there is quite a little of it. There are a few funds which are investing across Baltic, but one has not seen too much of it. On the accelerator level, the Startup Wise Guys works in all 3 these days, and is possibly one of the biggest kind of Baltic ecosystem creators. They have more than 100 companies in total in their portfolio today. This slide basically puts together the whole Baltic ecosystem in one picture. We have, looking from Finland, we have a bunch of the big events across Baltic. Vilnius has big events, the login, and they have their own startup day. I think it was last week. Riga has Techchill and Digital Freedom Festival. And in Estonia, we have Latitude, which was last time organized 2 weeks ago, and coming again in next May. But as said, basically every startup ecosystem is born on the local success stories. Our biggest one has been Skype, but in addition to that, the Playtech, Taxify, they call themselves Bolt these days, of course. TransferWise and the next stars, but possibly next Estonian unicorns are Verif and Starship. In Latvia and Lithuania, not too many of the unicorns yet. I think one of the first biggest Baltic success stories was GetChar out of Lithuania. They raised in total for some 30 million more than 10 years ago, but they were sold for pennies for somebody eventually. TransferWise latest funding round just a week or two ago created 33 new millionaires in Estonia. They're basically tech-savvy people who know the sector, who are probably putting at least some of that money back to the ecosystem. Kind of shows how you need some success stories to create further growth. Looking south, Lithuania is known globally for their ICOs. In total, Baltic countries have raised probably around €1 billion. In the Baltic countries, startups have raised probably around €1 billion today from the ICOs. Lithuania the biggest, Estonia the second biggest. And kind of pulling it together, in the Baltics, the biggest problem is not money these days, it's the people. They are tiny, tiny countries. I mean, Estonia is 1.3 million. How many of the massive startups can you build? I mean, we have like 4 unicorns in building already. So the future vision is, looking from Finland, of course, it's the Peter's tunnel coming out on the south of the Estonia, and of course, by that time, hopefully there is a train connection, fast train connection from Estonia to Latvia and Lithuania. In practice, I'm slightly worried it will be a bit more like this. I mean, cultural differences between 3 countries are actually quite massive. I mean, TechChill has a bunch of Estonian startups attending, but if you go to, one country south to Lithuania, a typical Lithuanian startup event has, a few people from Startup Estonia, couple of startups, and that's pretty much it. So there's not too much of the actual connection between the 3 countries. And wrapping up, I wanted to invite you, 3 o'clock, Marika is doing the salsa class, right? No, there's the startup, kind of talking about the Estonian startup ecosystem at the 1 floor up somewhere. And then when you leave the venue, do pick up the Co-Founder magazine. Thanks.
And hopefully you'll be having the wrestling match with Svein about the scale-up terminology. Okay. Svein, did you hear? You were challenged, Svein, you were challenged to a wrestling match about the scale-up terminology afterwards. Okay. All right. We've been talking about the new Nordics now, but let's turn our head towards East, since there are lots of wonderful things going on across the border towards East as well. There's very interesting innovations seen there as well. Next speaker has by far the coolest name of the whole event. She's called Irina Kalashnikova. So please explain us about the Russian innovation scene. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. I'm Irina, and my surname is Kalashnikova. That's true. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me. Our company, GoTech Innovation, is based in St. Petersburg, Russia, and our clients mostly are from Moscow and other regions of Russia, but we have some good partners in Europe. And so I would say that the Russian market is very specific. There are 2 parts of it. There are government-supported startups and institutes and venture funds. And on the other hand, we have private startups with global ambitions and venture funds which operate mostly in the US and Europe. So there are really two parts, and they differ a lot. And during the last year, according to statistics, we had 300 venture deals on the market, and the activities from the corporates on the market grew twice. The sound. So what we have a conference for 1,000 attendees in Moscow, and the date this year is October 15. So if you are interested in the Russian market, welcome. And another part of us is consulting and services for corporates. We do scouting and acceleration programs. And another thing is technology platform. It is on a kind of MVP, and we do our best to present it during Slush and Web Summit this autumn. So what we are doing, like previous speakers say, we have infrastructure in Russia, and we are one of the players. We are private and commercial, and we provide services to corporates and investors, and do scouting of startups and give them the pipeline. Yearly, we have around 2,000 startups on the market, on the Russian market. I mean, tech companies that grow fast. And some of them are brave enough to go abroad, to go global, and they open their companies in the Baltics or in Finland or US. So we have more than 6,000 startups in our pipeline, and we have partners around the world, and a scouting team, and 50 cases with our happy clients. And here is some statistics about these 6,000 startups, so you can know more about them and who they are. And most of them are from Russia, and others from other countries, but they have Russian founders. So, for example, you may know Revolut company. It's a huge company at the moment, a kind of real success on the market. They are based in London, and the founders are Russians. And now they're trying to launch their company on the Russian market, but it's really difficult because of the Russian law. But they are a success on the market. So we have most clients from Russia. For example, Kirovsky Group. It's an industrial company looking for early stage startups, and they have their own acceleration program at the moment with us. And Expat Retail Group is one of the biggest retail companies, and they are looking for startups from Finland and Baltics. So if you are interested, you may apply and try to launch your business in Russia. And another thing is Startup Connect contest. It is a program for tech companies, early stage companies from Russia and Finland. And the winners will take part in SHIP Festival in Kotka. And the best company will be invited to acceleration program. It will happen in Kotka during autumn. So these are some logos of our clients, and I'm happy to say that we have Finlandian nomination during our yearly event. They are looking for companies that want to go global through Finland. And as well, we have Startup Estonia and Startup Lithuania and Austrian Business Agency, as well as Super Angel Venture Fund from Estonia. And they are all looking for tech companies from Russia. Last year, we organized a startup event during Slash dates here in Helsinki. It was a pitch session with Russian companies which have offices already in Finland or somewhere in Baltics or in Europe. So we invited investors and business angels from the Slash community who came to this event, and it was a really interesting experience for all of us, together with Helsinki Center and NewCo and Helsinki Business Hub. So this year we are going to organize this event once more. So welcome. We'll announce it soon. So here is the pipeline according to our contest statistics. During contest timeline from May till September, corporates from Russia and our European partners launch nominations. And here you can see what they are looking for. According to their criteria, we have this database. The stage of these startups are mostly early, but some of them are growing companies. And here is the event on October 15 in Moscow, and we have only 1,000 attendees, and the proportion is good enough to make deals and to make meetings. It's really similar to Arctic 15, our friends' event, which we support yearly. Here is the audience. So please apply to Startup Connect if you're interested to come to Kotka and take part in acceleration program. So the average age of founders in Russia is 36, according to statistics of Startup Barometer, last year's survey. And most of founders are ex-employees of big corporates. And I'm glad to see that some founders, 24%, have another business, another startup. So it's the second time or the third time for them. So the problems in Russia for startups are lack of investments and lack of mentorship programs, acceleration programs. As we have a lot of programs launched by corporates, but not enough launched by independent players. And of course, economic reasons. So this is why most companies try to go somewhere except Russian market. And on the other hand, we have 50% of those who develop products only in Russia. So, and they have sales in Russia as they don't know how to enter European markets. And most of them begin internationalization process with help of acceleration programs, entering somewhere in Europe or US. So money resources, most companies begin with their own money, with their founders, investors, and then they are looking for investors and do fundraising and take some grants from the government. So these are my contacts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Irina. Thank you. Oops, sorry. There we go. Thank you so much. Brilliant. not that long time ago, there were no Nordics. There were just Sweden. We used to be part of Sweden as well. And as we saw in Svein's sheets, Sweden is still probably the most potential market, and lots of big companies global companies come from Sweden. Therefore, we are really interested in hearing about what is the innovation environment in Sweden. And therefore, we have invited here Jonas Lindqvist from Sting. Has Jonas... Oh, there you are.
Hi.
You have arrived. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Remote.
Perfect.
Have fun.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. Speaking of the Nordics, first of all, I'm one of the coaches at Stockholm Innovation. Startups pretty much always begins with a young team that goes up against the odds. I want to start with congratulating Finland for the hockey gold. I'm not sure if anyone did that yet, but very important. Proud Nordic. So I'm here to talk a little bit about actually mostly about Sting and how we work. Sting is one of about 40 incubators in Sweden. Most of the incubators is supported by the cities, regions, universities. There are a few private ones, but mostly these governmental ones. We have a good network with some of these incubators where we support each other with peer reviews, which works pretty well, I would say. It's a good way for us to share knowledge and so forth. So Sting is owned by a non-profit. Everything we do go back to the companies. We are based in Stockholm. We take companies not only from Stockholm, people travel to us, but we support and we work with the companies in the Stockholm region. We have a main location, but we're also active in a few different other co-working spaces. I'll skip that one. 3 different programs. The first early stage one is called Test Drive. It's basically for us to meet new markets, to meet very early teams. It doesn't have to be a company, it could be just a team. We have an Accelerate program where you get a direct investment. 4-month-long program, very intensive, and we get really good feedback from the companies that goes through this. Also an Incubate program, which is 12 months long. There you can apply for funding, but it's not a given thing. We have a very engaged team. About half of us is coaches with experiences from different markets and industries. Everything from building a unicorn in the mobile sector to working as part of a VC fund. But we also have people working with recruitment, investment support, sales and marketing and so forth. About 10% of the companies we meet get accepted. So the competition is pretty strong. How do we pick them? We are always looking for teams. We never work with single entrepreneurs. We believe teams are stronger than one single person. There needs to be a good innovative business idea, which is validated to some extent. I work with games myself, so I know it's not very easy sometimes to validate a consumer product which cannot see the light of the market until it's done. So we find different ways to validate in different markets. We offer coaching. Coaching is kind of the center of what we do. We have a main coach for the companies, and we have a co-coach. And the co-coach generally is focused on a certain area. And the company does meet this co-coach like once a month or so. But of course, we're a family, so we can help out anytime if there is something coming up. We do weekly coach meetings. We base the work on the Lean Canvas methodology. And we also work a lot with OKRs, objectives and key results. So the first thing we do with the companies is sit down, talk about what's going to be the milestones for the next 6 months, and what do we need to do to get there, basically. We also encourage the companies to specify their Northern Star, and to do that very early, because we think that's very important to get where you want to go long term. And a lot of the work we do is to push them, to raise the bar for the companies, to raise the ambition level, and also encourage not we want the companies to pull our services, not to push them. We are not the ones running the companies. That's very important. Pretty much all the companies we work with get funding during the programs. Funding ranges normally between 100,000 euros to up to 1 million euros. That's an important part of what we do for support. We have really good pitch coaches. We do value creation forums. We support the companies building the financial plans and so forth. Sting has made 2 initiatives for funding themselves. Propel Capital is an investment company that starts about once a year, where we group about 30 business angels that we also encourage to invest directly into the companies. So they make a small investment in Propel. Propel invests in the Sting companies, and then there is a dating service where the investors meet the companies, and that's proven to be very successful already. We also initiated a VC fund, an early-stage VC fund called Luminar Ventures, which invests in Sting companies, but also in any kind of companies they are interested in. Of course, recruitment is challenging and an extremely important thing for startups, and we know that, so we have 3 people working with only that. One person is helping the companies to plan how to build the teams, to develop the teams once they exist, and we have 2 people trying to find the right people, not doing the recruitments, but learning the companies how to be successful in recruitment. So kind of a recruitment support. We already did over 400 recruitments with our companies, and only last year, Sting alumni companies recruited over 800 people. As I mentioned before, we have the center in a house called A-House in Stockholm, central Stockholm. But we're also trying to be where the action is. So we're trying to be at the different co-working spaces, which have different focuses. And we have generally a desk or 2 there, so we can coach and meet companies there as well. Just a subset of successful companies. I want to mention one of them, which we hope to become the first female-founded Swedish unicorn called Yubico. As you can see, we have been active in a bunch of different areas. Sting started about 17 years ago, so we have a bit of a track record already. Deal flow, won't go into the numbers here, but trends are generally health, sustainability, education, game, AI, of course. About 70% of the companies that Sting has been working with is still active and developing. A few are sort of living dead or they changed the business. And a few, of course, is not there anymore. Quite a lot of money went into these companies, around 700 million euros over the time. Only last year, 90 million euros was capitalized in these companies. Of course, export is important for each country, and about 70% of the revenue for the companies we've been working with is going abroad. And internationalization is an extremely important focus for us. The next important thing is diversity. We believe that mixed teams are always the strongest ones. The numbers aren't that great yet. 73% are males, 27 females in Swedish Sting companies. But that's way above the average in the Swedish startup scene. So that's an area we focus a lot on. I'll thank you for now. And if you have any questions, please come to me and ask. I'll be here until tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonas. Thank you. Hopefully we have time to at least ask one question later on. But well, go ahead. Well, if there's one thing that if you're trying to build some sort of successful ecosystem, what would be one thing that to avoid?
How to avoid? I just mentioned diversity. That's an important thing. So
not avoid it.
Not avoid it, exactly. That's for sure.
Okay.
I think be open. It's Yubico. So when they started, they raised all the red flags. Okay. Married couple didn't really have the business model set up. Plenty of red flags. Be brave. That's important. Be very brave and long term. Most companies take at least 10 years to build. So yeah.
Wow, 10 years. I'm old already. Thanks. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, this is one. Next one. Okay, the next speaker comes from an old hospital. There's actually a sign on the door that says, this is not a hospital. My own company, a startup company, there's only one person, so I won't be in any of your programs. Sorry to hear that, but it's located there as well. There's more than 1,000 people at the building already, as we heard already this morning. Please welcome Voitto Kangas from Maria 01.
Hello. How many of you have been to the hospital? Hands up. It was the quickest survey, so most of you. As said, we're on a mission to provide the best supportive environment for early stages of a tech startup, when a single decision can kill or hamper the team. Right now in the hospital, we're co-locating startups with venture capital, 115 companies starting from pre-seed stage going to sort of Series A, 20 plus teams in a variety of industries. We don't care what you're doing, but our definition usually tells that a startup is a software company first, maybe with a hardware plus. 11 different venture capital funds, a bit less than half of the people who are investing from a basis of fund in Finland doing 60 deals a year are locating in the hospital. So we're also jokingly called the poor man's Sandhill Road of Finland at the same time. In the future, hopefully adding a few more funds into the process. And as said in the introduction, 130 individuals, out of which 200 are entrepreneurs, founders, owners of their companies. 250 of them are software engineers, ranging from 5 years in large companies to being serial employees in startups, building their first, second, third venture, coming from 40 different countries right now, which means that hospital might be one of the best places to get a quick translation if you need it on your journey. And so while we've been around for 3 years, the companies that are in the program have raised over 54 million in funding. Looking at that early mark in the hospital, all companies are growing 100 to +% a year in revenue, and we're usually a place where companies are staying in that journey until their later Series A round, unless you're launching in Finland like some of our members. If you're an investor or looking to invest, we can usually add 1-2 companies into your deal flow. If you're a talent, walk in the hospital, we can usually find you a few good teams to work in. Or if you're a startup that wants to work in the most supportive environment here in Finland, come on in. Thanks.
Thank you, Voitto. We have one more surprise program before we let you go to the break. But before that, there's one pre-wrestling match interview with you, Svein. Do you want to respond to Tarmo's claims about the scale-ups?
Well,
is it on?
it's on.
Put it, yellow one, please. Nope. It's the other mic. Hang on. The other mic, please. Thank you. There we go.
It's not. Is it on? It's on. His claim that there is no difference actually between a startup and a scale-up. Well, I respect his views, but we disagree. So
there's a wrestling match coming up.
Well, but I think everybody understands that you need different competences depending on which phase the company is in. For instance, a startup doesn't have its own HR department, legal department, communication department. That is what we had to build up in the company I worked in. And that is what you need if you are to become 1,000 employees. You need to establish a culture. You can't anymore gather all your employees around a breakfast table and talk about what is the strategy going to be this week. So I don't think that we really...
No, it's semantics, of course.
Yeah, it's semantics, and also it is a point that we need to make a definition if we are to be able to do the statistics. So we can argue on the definition that we are using, but it makes sense to have a definition that we can communicate very clearly. And you saw what our definition was. And it can, of course, be different and adjusted, but it's clearly communicated, and I think that is an advantage.
Okay, Sven. Hopefully you avoided the wrestling match for this speech. Irina, what is the biggest obstacle for a startup company in Russia? What are you tackling? What would be, if you want to get rid of one problem for the startups, what would that be?
The main problem is to go global, to become a huge company, so to grow from an early stage startup to a successful company. So they need mentorship and investments, and they need knowledge how to enter other markets.
And networks,
So
like you're building.
The main challenge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so there's one more surprise program, since, as you may have heard, sitting kills. And we really like you people that you came to our event, and we'd like to keep you alive, at least for the day. So let's hear from Cuckoo. Hold on.
Workout.
Cuckoo Workout. Go
Yes,
ahead,
thank you. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Are you feeling tired?
I think you have been sitting for long enough now, so we're here to fix that. My name is Anni, and here is my lovely colleague.
Linda, nice to meet you all.
Yes, and we are here to introduce you to an app called Cuckoo Workout. It's a web-based activity app that activates employees to take breaks during the workday and move more. We operate in 15 countries over the world. We have 15,000 users today, and we're only 5 years old. So woohoo us.
Yeah, and actually we have over 120 companies using Cuckoo Workout.
Yeah.
And here you can see the Cuckoo Workout app. It's web-based, so you only need the internet connection, and it works on your browser, on your computer, or you can download the app to your mobile phone. And from the upper part of the service, you can see the main things. You can take a break there, and we have over 400 videos which guides you through the exercises. Or you can take different activities. Like example, you can see Anni has choose stairs today instead of elevator. Good job. And when you are doing these breaks or marking activities done, you are earning coconut points. And when you are earning these points, you are reaching different levels. And then you can compete against each other, to your colleagues. And then when you are reaching these golden levels, you can take part to monthly lottery. And then you can win amazing prizes, like example, 500 euros gift cards, or these lovely watches, or
a bicycle.
Oh yeah,
that's
that
my
was your
favorite.
Yeah. Yes. And here you can see our leaderboard. Also, the companies who are using Cuckoo, they are competing against each other in our leaderboard. And what is the best part here? You can do these breaks together. You are earning coconuts to yourself, to your team, and to your company. And Cuckoo also reminds you to have a break. And because we are here today, we are reminding you to have a break. So now we would like to ask you to stand up.
And we're going to do one break that is one of our very own favorites. We have 3 movements, and the video is going to start soon. And then we'll do it together, feel energetic, and you have power to go through the rest of the day.
Yes, soon. Is there someone who has done Cuckoo break before? Yes,
yeah.
you.
Nice.
Perfect. Now we will wait that someone will put the video on. Okay, yes.
And then we'll start boxing.
And be careful with your friends there. If you hit someone, please don't hit so hard.
This movement is to activate your arms and your back. It's a really good movement to help your neck and shoulders if you have pain. Whew.
Yes.
And the whole point of these breaks is that you also get to move and then you have fun with your colleagues. So it's okay to laugh a bit and improvise.
Yes. And wait, you have still 2 more movements. Now it's one of my favorites. It's really good when you are sitting the whole day for your what is this called? For your back.
Yeah.
I think I have a really big weight today because it's
Feeling
hard
heavy.
Looking good.
Yeah. So by doing these breaks, you earn your coconut points, and you also earn points if you choose active things in your workday. You can walk your way to work or bicycle.
But now it's one of the best cuckoo moves.
Yeah.
So it's Hoogie Boogie. Now it's like a Friday feeling here.
Yeah.
Even it's Tuesday.
Yeah. It's always like a Friday if you're doing these breaks at work.
And you can make your own moves.
Yeah.
And I can see some Saturday movements also. Yes.
Well done.
Woo. Woohoo. Yes. Great job.
Well done, everyone.
But hey, actually, we have one brain challenge for you. Are you ready? Yes?
Yeah.
Good.
So pick up your thumb and pick up your index finger.
Yeah, good job. Now it looks really good.
Then we pull our fingers to our body and change. So other thumb and other index finger.
And this is not allowed.
You cannot shoot people.
Yeah. And
So
then again.
Back
And change.
and change. It's kind of hard. Linda does this better, so follow her lead.
Yeah, how many years have you been learning this?
Maybe not enough.
Yes. But thank you so much. Enjoy your day and cuckoo claps here.
Yes.
Woohoo!
Now we have the option of going washing your hands, going to cafeteria. There's umbrella meetings upstairs and the workshops as well. Remember that you can join the workshops even though you haven't subscribed to them. It's possible to try to join in as well. And we have a program coming up at 12 o'clock sharp back here. Otherwise, please enjoy the whole 3 floors here. Thank you so much for all the speakers. Thank you. And we have co-founder and head of business of development of Vertical Accelerator, the first health startup accelerator in the Nordics. He previously co-founded Health Spa, the largest health and wellness ecosystem in Finland, through which he helped actually 300 health startups. Please welcome the one and only Kenneth Salonius.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, I've been working quite actively in the health startup industry, if we can call it so, over the past 7-8 years. And seen it grown from being almost non-existent to what it is today. And I dare to say that Helsinki today is one of the most vibrant cities when it comes to health startups, life science companies. And it's been quite a ride. So my name is Kenneth Salonius, and I'm one of the founders of Upgraded, of which you will hear more today, also earlier called Health Spa. And we started Upgraded Life Festival, for example, in 2014, and after 5 years, we today have seen HIMSS and Health 2.0 established here in Helsinki and paved the way to get here. I'm also one of the founders of Vertical. For the ones of you who don't know, we help startup companies, established organizations to work together and be one step closer to commercial success. So we have a very exciting lineup for you here today, and we'll hear of some of these organizations active in the Nordics. We have some from Denmark, we have from Sweden joining us here today, and looking at the list, I'm quite excited to hear more about what's going on. We will start with Health Capital Helsinki. Juha Paakkola will talk more about this alliance between the Helsinki University Hospital, City of Helsinki, Aalto, and University of Helsinki. Welcome up on stage.
So hello, and my name is Juha Paakkola. I'm very nice to be here. And for this purpose, this is my first public appearance, so be nice. So I started as Health Capital Helsinki director 1 month ago, and we have just started the second phase of the program. So the basic idea for Health Capital Helsinki is to establish a good health tech and life science ecosystem in greater Helsinki area. I think there's twofold of main goals. One is that we have a good network that has easy to collaborate. They know where to get all the services and partners and open the doors. And the second part is to have actually a branded network ecosystem that we can then market and communicate to the outside world, so that we can actually attract collaborators and partners and customers from outside Finland to come to capital area in Helsinki and find the good opportunities. And as mentioned, I think that what is unique and exciting with the program is that it has such a broad support. So we have Helsinki and Espoo cities, we have HUS, we have Aalto University, Helsinki University, and then we have universities of applied sciences. So we really have an opportunity to quite broadly support startups and other type of business here in capital area. So this is my face, and this is the program. Just started. If you feel that we can support you, feel free to grab the sleeve. We have a booth out there, and you find me in LinkedIn. So I'm looking forward to collaborate with all of you. So thank you from my side.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Juha. And next up on stage, we have Sara Härmälä from Upgraded. Upgraded is the Health Startup Association of Finland, the voice for startup and growth companies in this sector, and also the organizer of the newly announced Health 100 event that is coming up in the autumn. Sara.
Thank you, thank you. Hey, everybody. Very nice to be here today. I'm excited. I've already had a super good day meeting lots of interesting startups, so this day is going to be excellent. My name is Sara Härmälä. I'm director of Upgraded, and as Kenneth said, we're the Health Startup Association of Finland. And what we do is we empower health and well-being innovations, and we have been doing that already since 2012. So in the startup world, we're kind of an old actor already, but I would like to see us as a fine wine. As said, we're the organizer of Upgraded Life Festival, which has now become part of history. And also we're organizing this Health 100 event for the first time next October. And we're having this as a unconference event, which is a very exciting concept where the participators will actually form the program. And so stay tuned about that one. At the moment, we're a very lively, happy, and inclusive community of 46 startup members, and of course, multiple other partners and stakeholders and friends and ecosystem players. And our sectors include health tech, wellness, med tech, sports, life sciences, sustainable healthcare. Basically, any startup with a health aim is welcome to join us. We definitely have room for everybody. So what we actually do, this is something that I get asked a lot, like what do you actually do? I see it as two-sided operations that we have. So we work for the ecosystem. We want to make the innovations and the startups a visible part and an integral part of creating something new and where the innovations come from, and that they're kind of part of the system and not just something trying to get into the system. And for our members, then we of course offer services. We scout for opportunities. We have smaller events too. If we have delegations from abroad visiting us, we always invite our members to meet these relevant people from all over the world who are interested, especially in Finnish startups in this and that industry. So we do this kind of matchmaking as well. Then we do, of course, trainings, projects, events, and general visibility for our community, because we believe that no good health innovation should be lost due to just lack of knowledge about it. So we work on a national level, whereas Health Capital Helsinki, for example, is more focused here on the capital region, and we have partners and cooperation in all major hospital districts and university cities. And with them, we, for example, do these industry insights and reports, and we're currently working on Health Startup Industry Report for 2019, which we hope to publish right after the summer, so stay tuned for that one too. So definitely we welcome all of you here, not only startups, but also other organizations to become part of our community, either as startup members to enjoy some of the benefits that we have. We have discounts to events, opportunities. We have special, as said, these exclusive events. We offer certain services to our partners, such as IPR consulting or legal consulting, anything that you might need help with when you're just starting your business and you're all alone out there. So we can help. And of course, as our partners, then you get a nice kind of viewpoint and a stepping stone to the startup community, which is a very exciting place to be and definitely a source of new opportunities, customers, and ideas. This is just to give you a quick kind of glance of where we navigate. This is just the ecosystem map for Helsinki region, so that's just one city. And this is what we do. We map out different ecosystems in different cities. And you can imagine it's not easy doing that on your own, so that's what we're here for. You can find this on our website and also the rest of them. Just wanted to kind of show, because that looks really cool, I think. Here's our team. We're a dynamic team of 4 with great expertise from different parts of what you might need. We have business knowledge. We have a trained nurse in our team, and also biotechnics. So not only do we have insights about the association, but also about the industry in general and about the substance too. So I thank you for your attention. If you want to subscribe to our newsletter, the easiest way, just scan this QR code, but you can also do it on our website, and that way keep track of everything that's going on in the industry. But thank you. Looking forward to meeting you all during this day.
Thank you very much, Sara. So it was upgraded.fi if you didn't have time to scan the code. So next, we've recently seen a new exciting accelerator program establish itself here in Helsinki called the Terkko Health X. And it's an ambitious accelerator for health and life science teams with potential to reshape the industry. And we will hear from Rashad, who takes care of their partnerships. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, my name is Rashad. I'm from Terkko Health Hub. Terkko is a startup hub focusing on health and life sciences. We're a co-working space, startup hub, and an event venue. But I'm dare to say we're the safest hub in the capital region because we're located very close to hospitals. It's across the street. If anything happens, you don't need to worry. We'll just rush you to the emergency. What we do is we house startups. We provide services for them. We try to connect them to different players, such as investors, different entrepreneurs. Then we're very tightly connected with HUS Hospital, Faculty of Medicine and High Life at Helsinki University of Helsinki. So this actually gives us a very huge advantage of being able to connect our community to researchers, to hospital staff, clinicians, nurses, as well as students. We take our community to different conferences, such as this one or Arctic 15. We help their businesses when it comes to IPR, or be it marketing or even pitching, everything, you name it. In addition to these services I've mentioned, we organize quite a lot of events. Sometimes I think way too many events. And our flagship event is Health Talks. And we're very happy actually about it, because it is very rapidly turning into a national event, Finnish national health event. We're organizing it together with Upgraded, Health Capital Helsinki, NewCo, and Aalto University. They take place about 20 times a year, half of them at Terkko, other half across the country. Then this spring, we have launched our accelerator, Terkko Health Accelerator. We have about 10 teams in the program. And ironically, maybe not so ironically, the finale is this Friday. So they're going to pitch their final results. We have had teams focusing on immune disease, AR for lab development, then nature-driven, healthier lifestyle, various things. I would say not such a höpö stuff, some serious hardcore stuff. But yeah, we do have well-being and other gadget apps in the house as well. So the accelerator is on Friday, 5 p.m. If you want to find details, just go to our Facebook page. You will find it, Terkko Health Showcase. Just sign up on Eventbrite, and you're more than welcome to join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rashad. And next, we will hear from Agrid, co-working space and the creative community of startups, companies, and entrepreneurs in health. And they are located at the Aalto campus, and we'll hear more from Lee. Welcome up on stage.
Thanks, Kenneth. Hello. Oh, we got let's stay right here then. My name is Lee Ewan. As you probably can tell, I'm not Finnish. I'm from Australia. I am working on my Finnish accent though. I've been living here for about 11 years, and somebody once told me when I first got to Finland, probably quite playfully, and I was very naive at the time, they said, what's the difference between an introvert Finn and an extrovert Finn? Anyone know this one, by the way? No? Well, yeah, no, oh, nothing. That was a bit rough. Well, apparently an introvert Finn will look at their feet while they speak to you, and an extrovert Finn will look at your feet while they speak to you. Now, imagine that situation and add a researcher element to it. Now, researchers, we love them, but they're a little bit different creatures, you know? And they sometimes need a little bit of spice or flair, like somebody like myself, to come in and make things happen and help them share what they're doing, okay? So Agrid actually is it's a community, it's a newly formed community on the Aalto University campus. For a long time, we've been able to, everybody knows about Startup Sauna and Kiwas and all these amazing student-led initiatives. But up until now, we've never really, we've been able to create 70 to 100 startups on a yearly basis, but we haven't been able to retain them. They fly away all over the place and they lose those connections that they make on campus. So that's why Agrid exists in the former School of Electrical Engineering, and we kind of spread ourselves a little bit to the health faculty as well. So that's why I used my joke at the start, is because the researchers are sort of like they're the gold behind the little rooms or the little doors. And we want to inject some of that entrepreneurship and a bit of that spirit into what they're doing. So like some of the other guys have been saying, so none of those innovations are lost because nobody knows about them. And of course, the university breaks the health, like the health faculty is broken down into biomedical engineering, digital health, neuroscience and neurotechnology, management, architecture and design, of course, because Aalto University is quite well known for these things, and especially architecture and design, and biotechnology and biomaterials. Basically, we have 140 different startup companies, of which I would say about 15 of them are health related. And we're definitely open for business. You can definitely come and talk to me about these things. I'm a doer. I'm sometimes not the most technical person, but I make things happen. So please approach me after. I'm happy to connect with you all. And thanks again for having me here today. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I can warmly recommend you to get in touch with Lee if you want to hear more. So, next up, we're going to hear more about what the UN is establishing here in Helsinki. And I'm also really excited myself to hear more about what they are doing. We have Razi Latif coming and telling us. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Razi Latif. I am 1 month old in Finland. I arrived on the 1st of May, and I am the lab manager for the United Nations Technology and Innovation Lab, or UNTIL. I'm actually part of Lee's introverted ecosystem at AGRID, so we actually sit in the same building as Lee manages. The first question that a lot of people say, what is the UN doing in Finland? The idea of UNTIL is very much to try and connect you guys, the Finnish startup community, with some wicked development challenges that we, the UN, have experienced in the developing countries in which we work. What we want to try and do in the health sector is to take some of the innovations and technology that you guys have developed and applied in Finland. We're going to try and match you with some health-related issues in countries like Malawi or Tanzania. We're going to try and find some funding, and we're going to try and get you to proof your concept, to prototype, and to scale up that in that country. So what we're working for here, just ignore that slide for the second, but we're working for the Sustainable Development Goal number 4. All the countries of the UN, including Finland, has signed up to the Sustainable Development Goals. We want to deliver these by 2030. And the health goal specifically has got, it's got things about communicable diseases, it has things about maternal mortality, but it also has things about reducing the number of road traffic accidents or retaining healthcare staff. So the SDG is as relevant to Finland as it is to the countries that I've been working in. So how are we going to do this? We're going to really work on 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're going to try and connect the Finnish ecosystem with partners in developing countries. And then when you go from 5 and above, essentially, I'm speaking to UNICEF, I'm speaking to the World Food Programme, UN Development Programme, the Rockefeller Foundations, some of these big players who've got money to take things to scale. So the idea, the message to you, to this hall today, is that if you're interested in working in developing countries, or you're interested in contributing to the Sustainable Development Goal, please come and talk to us. You can Google Until Finland. I suspect there's only one Razi Latif in Finland, so you should be able to find me on LinkedIn. But please come and talk to us, partner with us. The health sector is one of the areas that we think we can make a big amount of progress, both in Finland and in the countries in which we work. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Razi. And next, we'll hear what plans City of Helsinki has in launching an incubator for health and life science companies. And Christian Laudot from NewCo will join us on stage and tell you more. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you, Kenneth. So this morning we heard many things about accelerators and incubators, those of you who were here, and I'm really glad now that on behalf of City of Helsinki, we have decided that we would start an incubator also in Helsinki. And my name is Christian Laudot, and I have been a business advisor for 2 years in City of Helsinki, and prior to that, a business angel. And I've met a couple of hundred of healthcare startup companies, well-being digital health companies. And what I have seen during this year is that there's a lot of things that we know what to do. We have a good infrastructure, we have a good hospitals, we have good researchers, good universities. But what we would need to improve is how to scale your business, how to globalize your business, how to brand your business, how to find partners. So there are many things that we are lacking, and that's one of the main reasons, based on my experience, why we are not succeeding in building really bigger companies in the health field. And that's one of the main reasons why the city has decided that someone would need to look after these, both researchers, innovators, experts, and startups. So they would need help really from the beginning until they are scalable. And that's what we try to address in this incubator. We will target both university researchers and then also researchers outside, like from hospitals. In addition, like new teams, I have coached many new teams, and I really see what the difference is when you coach them from like A, B, C, D, E, F. So personally, I believe that this is one of the things that will make a change in this ecosystem, how we work. And I put everything into this as I believe in this concept. We will do it together with Health Capital Helsinki, which is an alliance. We will work with Helsinki Innovation Services, with the university, with Think Company, Terkko Health Team. So what we try to do is to integrate all these players so that we would get more out of it. Also scale it outside and work with companies outside, as well as cities outside Finland and also within Finland. The location will be Terkko Health Hub in Meilahti, and we are now starting like a soft approach. So the application time would be in August, end of August. Then hopefully we can gradually start the activities in September. Thank you. Bye. And then if you are interested, you can speak with me here or then send me an email, and I'm glad to tell you more if you would like to join also this incubator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. And next up on stage, we're going to have Miikka Kiiski from the Create ecosystem. So IBM, Fazer, and VTT have launched a test restaurant in Munkkiniemi for food innovations, and I can warmly recommend you to go and try out their restaurant. Miikka.
Thank you, Kenneth. Let me see. I don't seem to get this word. Oh, right, it's there. So, hello everybody. My name is Miikka Kiiski and I come from IBM, but today I'm representing an innovation ecosystem called Create. Create is an ecosystem that we are facilitating together with Fazer and VTT. So, the background, why did we start to work on an innovation ecosystem around food and eating and restaurant solutions and sustainability and such? I think one theme that comes up often, I've been actually facilitating a healthcare innovation ecosystem for the past 2.5 years. And one theme that comes across a lot is that when it comes to innovation and innovation ecosystem, in a way, food is the next health. So there is a lot of and growing focus in food and food-related solutions. Then another spark for this was that when we decided that we have to, do something about our employee restaurant in our main office in Munkkiniemi, we decided that let's do something totally new and let's create a testbed restaurant where different parties could test, pilot, develop new solutions. And we started talking about that with Fazer, and Fazer brought along VTT because they've been working together on the research side a lot in the past already. And then we opened this new restaurant, which actually is now open for the general public. So it's no longer IBM's employee restaurant, it's a lunch restaurant where all of you are welcome to come and see what's going on there. The food is also really good. So when we launched this testbed, then of course the next logical conclusion was that we need an ecosystem around it. So we set up this Create ecosystem, and the main, let's say, the main activities, we launched this in the beginning of this year, so it's quite new. The main activities that we are running are, first of all, different ecosystem events, which are obviously open for anybody who is interested, whether you are a startup or a food tech company or whatever it is that you are doing, if it somehow relates to these themes. Then, like I said, we have this testbed restaurant where we have already been doing, I think, 2 or 3 projects, where we sort of, I will talk a little bit about the focus areas, but anyways, we've been running already some research projects there. And this ecosystem is open for project proposals. So if you have a great idea that you would like to test in this kind of an environment, you are welcome to contact us and propose your idea. The key impact areas for Create are, first of all, people's vitality. So this, in my view, is how it relates to health. There is a growing understanding that actually food, obviously, is a big part of your health and well-being. And even some chronic diseases probably could be avoided by just having a right diet rather than going for medicine. The other carrying theme is around sustainability, which includes a lot of different topics, of course, about the origins of the food and waste management and those kind of things. But anything that has to do with food and sustainability is a theme for our ecosystem. And the third theme for this ecosystem is really about customer experiences. So what are and this actually relates back to preventive healthcare, in my opinion. How do you create customer experiences that are motivational, that keep people doing the right choices and so forth? So these are the 3 impact areas where this ecosystem wants to focus. Our next ecosystem event is scheduled to take place on the 26th of September. We have a website open. It's called createfood.fi. And as it says here, the parties orchestrating and facilitating this ecosystem are VTT, Fazer Food Services, and IBM. I believe that was my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mika. And as said, if you have your ways by or want lunch in a quite inspiring environment, do visit them in Munkkiniemi. It's open for anybody, the restaurant. Next, some more food-related topics. We will have Mirva Lampinen from EIT Food Fan talking more about their 4-month accelerator program that's going on in Europe and in Israel. Welcome.
Hello, nice to be here. So, what is FAN? It's a program run by EIT, and EIT is European Innovation and Technology. And we are actually, I'm coming from VTT, and we are part of this EIT. May I say, it's a large ecosystem. It's a huge ecosystem. It's running all over Europe. And they are having this accelerator program, and we applied it this year to have new location here at the Helsinki area, and we actually got it. So next year, we are going to have 4-month accelerator program around agri-food. And it's run that way that all the European candidates are going to apply at the same time. This year, there was 360 applicants, and only 50 get selected. So next year, there is going to be 60 teams who are going to be participating in this program. And other locations are Munich, Haifa, Bilbao, and Lausanne, and of course Cambridge. So we are going to be quite nice party. And as I say, it's a 4-month program. And end of the 4-month program, we are going to have quite nice prizes. So the startups, of course, they are going to meet a lot of investors and other people, but they're also getting these prizes. Best startups get financial prizes where they can really easily start and continue with their businesses. What we are actually offering for them is that of course, our consortium is all the Finnish EIT partners, VTT, University of Helsinki, and Valio. And the participants are coming all over to Europe, but we are really hoping that we are going to have also Finnish participants taking part of that program. And for that, we are actually, this moment, we are running this reverse pitching competition, which every startup can participate. More information about that can be soon found from the websites. And if you have any interest about that, please contact me. And this program is specific for agri-food startups. And what we are offering great mentors, experts, and specialty knowledge about this field of business, because we all know that it's a unique one, as well as the health business is unique one, the food business is also a unique one. You cannot be put in gold for that business. There's a lot of rules and regulations which you have to concern. And of course, we are VTT, we are Valio, we are University of Helsinki, we have lots of knowledge back from us. And we are offering all that knowledge for these startups. And of course, we also have a possibility to take the test plant and co-working place. So I'm really hoping that next January, we are having a lot of applicants from Finland and other Nordic countries to our Nordic Helsinki Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mirva. So next we will hear from Ajatusharppaamo and Janne Saarikko, and we can challenge him that does he have an English name as well for Ajatusharppaamo. It's a think tank for the food industry with the goal of supporting and advancing the Finnish food industry. Janne, who will talk more about Ajatusharppaamo, also runs Founders Institute Global Center of Excellence in Food and Agritech. Janne, please come up on stage.
Thanks, Kenneth. Hey, how are you? Good. Last year I was here and no one replied when I came here. That's how you know you're in Finland. I have a question for you. Do you ever nowadays think, how do we survive? Yes. And that's a very, very important question that we all should think nowadays. If you don't do that, it will come to you before you realize it. I'm representing actually two organizations here, but mostly I'm today talking about Harppaamo. And this is something we're trying to do. We work within the food ecosystem, and everything related to food and food production in our world is changing nowadays. There are huge challenges, whether it be climate or something else. And it's very, very difficult for the players to work on this. The good thing is that startups can make this thing better. The big question is, how do we address this big change? In my opinion, there are 4 different things whenever you're doing something around how you can contribute. You should contribute either for taste, because we don't want to eat bad tasting food. Health, because if we are not healthy, if we don't have healthy nutrition, we will not survive. Environment, which is also a big player for our health, and it comes through food and agriculture. And famine. Not too many people talk about it here, but it will come. So this is something very important. Why do it here? It's because we have a great Nordic ecosystem that can actually save a lot of things and problems for the world. We have world-class education, research, our food safety is top of the class here, and also our regulative environment. We have a lot of eager business life in the Nordics, and I believe all the Nordic countries have willpower, sisu, perseverance, whatever you want to call it. The thing here is that the entire food chain must unite for a common cause, and it happens through these 3 things. Okay. So what is this Harppaamo? We're an independent think tank and to think and do for the food ecosystem. We are going to change a lot of things. Our partners will come. You will actually hear about this in the future. So it's going to be something out of this world. And I don't know if my... Oh, the microphone didn't go off. Great. Last year it did. So all of the above, we're actually helping the future happen. If you want to know more, come and see me there at the Founder Institute stand or talk to me. I'm going to be here a couple of hours after this. Thank you very much, and sorry for going over my time.
Thank you very much, Janne. Exciting, right? So next we'll hear from our Swedish guests, Paul Beatus. And he's running, and he's also one of the founders of the H2 Health Hub in Stockholm, the leading health-focused incubator co-working space in the Stockholm region. I can warmly recommend you to go and visit them when you're there. Paul, please come and talk more about what you do.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very honored to be here. And actually, I just want to say that Vertical was the first event we ever had at H2 before we even opened the doors. So I'm very glad that Kenneth introduced me. So before I start, I'd like to give a short introduction and background to the challenges and opportunities in health tech, which I think are driving what we see in the health tech field. So currently, we have two parallel ecosystems emerging. One is consumer, patient, and data-driven. The other one is the traditional healthcare system. They're evolving side by side, independently of each other, and at different speeds. And traditional healthcare system is not rigged to deal with your personally assembled health data. So they will only care or talk to you if you have a disease or can get a diagnosis. If that's not the case, you're on your own. It's actually easier to donate a kidney than donate your heart rate data from your smartwatch. One friend of mine told me, which is very true. Of course, there are huge economical and health benefits and values if you can get these two systems to work well together. And whoever cracks that code will have a huge advantage. These guys have figured that out. Honestly, how many of you thought a couple of years ago that any of these companies was associated with health or healthcare? They're investing a tremendous amount of money into building powerful platforms for consumers to gather and manage their own personalized health data. Another group that's, of course, figured this out as well are the startups. There are a sea of new health tech startups popping up all the time. And they're very fast and consumer-focused and very responsive to the gaps in the healthcare system. And they deliver services throughout the scale, anything from lifestyle and prevention, mental health, all the way to integrated hospital solutions. And the power of the startups is that they don't deliver one solution, they deliver everything and everywhere. And we don't have an official list in Sweden for how many health tech companies are. I've mapped, for my own purposes, we have about 400, and that's pure health tech, not med tech or life science in general, just health tech. And I was asked to talk a little bit about the ecosystem, what's driving this surge in companies. And I'm just going to be very brief because it's been such a good overview here. I wish I had this public transport map that Upgraded presented. I need to do one for Sweden. Anyway, we have the universities are the basis. They have tech transfer offices and public funding linked to it. the power lies also in all private and public support systems, which focus on entrepreneurship and business development and help entrepreneurs and startups to actually build their businesses. Together, these created a culture where entrepreneurs are like rock stars, and of course that feeds in to generate successful startups. And the founders of successful startups go on and form new companies, become investors, and help new teams to develop more products. And I think the power of, or the benefit in Sweden and all of the Nordic countries are that we are actually so small. I think that's why we'll be able to compete, because all these support systems, just like here in this conference, know each other and can help out each other. The other factor which I think really makes a difference is the spaces where it all happens. Co-working spaces are popping up like mushrooms in Sweden right now. And they are perfect breeding ground for startups and entrepreneurs. And I think in Stockholm alone, we have about 30 different co-working spaces. So I'd like to talk to the rest of my time about co-working spaces and use H2 as an example. So H2 is based in Stockholm. It's fully focused on health tech. We have space for 40 to 50 startups. And our business idea is to provide the ideal environment for you to grow a global business as fast as possible and make sure that our startups have everything they need at their fingertips. And we do that through collaborations. We offer more or less the same services that Upgraded and Turku Health do. So we matchmake, we provide funding and help companies find funding and so on. But the real power of co-working spaces is, and why they breed innovation, is that they attract a critical mass of specific, sector-specific expertise and knowledge in one place. And they provide an environment where it makes it very easy for people to learn, share, and connect together. So the knowledge dissemination becomes very, very effective. And just an example from H2, on a daily basis, we basically hear these kind of discussions, which are very practical and very valuable. Which business model should you use for a healthcare, for a self-care solution, for instance, or which sales strategy would you use to sell to public healthcare providers in Sweden, and what's the best growth hacking strategy to promote your community platform for food and eating. So we really see that the community itself, the entrepreneurs and startups, they help each other to, which is amazing to see. And of course, you need a steady stream of people coming through. H2, we've designed it to be a very attractive place to be. And if you want to be seen or heard in the right context when it comes to health, you can just book our lounge and talk. And that's pretty much it. If you want to connect to the Swedish healthcare community, not just the startup, but general healthcare, and you're in Stockholm, just please drop by. We will try to help you out as best as that we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, and thank you for coming over and telling us more. as said, I can warmly recommend you to go over. Oh, and you talked about the metro map. You know, the ladies at Upgraded have actually made one for Stockholm, so you should just speak to Elena, sitting here in the front row, or to Sara, and they'll give you one that you can use, I believe. So, next, we will hear from Accelerace and their seed accelerator program in Denmark. And we have Christine Ritter, who will join us on stage. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Accelerace. So we work with startups, and we also work with corporates and help them engage with startups. Basically, the core of what we do is we spot companies, we train them, we also invest in some of them, and we try to help them engage with corporates. And then we also track a lot of data to help us in what we do. This is the bragging slide. We've been around for 10 years. So we went from being a startup ourselves to something that we always talked about, that we don't just help startups, we're also a startup ourselves. I think by now we can't really say that anymore. So we've worked with over 600 companies so far, and 80% of them are still alive today, so that's something we're actually quite proud of. We work in a lot of different industries, and the reason why I'm here in this track is because we work in food, and we also work in life science and healthcare. I am personally from the life science healthcare team, so that's where I'm going to focus most in my talk. Yeah. So I want to start by telling you a little bit about our accelerator program. So for us, we see doing a startup as something is that you jump off a cliff and you try to assemble a plane on the way to prevent you from hitting the ground. And we at Accelerace want to help companies to assemble this plane faster. We have a lot of different ways to do this. So first of all, our consultants are very experienced themselves and have either been in a startup themselves or have a lot of experience also from the investor side. And we also have mentor programs where we bring in people that have done this themselves as well to help you out. For example, in food tech, we have a very strong mentor program. And then on the life science healthcare side, we are part of NOM, which is a Nordic mentor program. So we are the Danish partner, and in Finland, Vertical is, for example, one of the Finnish partners here. We also try to help extend the distance to the ground by help companies raise funding, to add resources to the team, and then we also have a founders pack. These are just tools that you can access for free. So what we do is we go out, we search globally for interesting companies, we then invite them in. We have a governmentally funded program, which is 5 to 8 months. It's currently for free, but you have to establish a Danish entity. And being in this accelerator is actually a very tailored program. So basically you come in and you tell us, what do you need help with? And we'll try our best to help you out. As I said, my colleagues in the healthcare team are very experienced. They've been in several startups. So if it is a regulatory issue or if it's fundraising, they have been there themselves, they have done it, and they can help you. So we try to do this by an iterative model. So we will come up with a hypothesis with you. We will send you out to test it. When you come back, we will analyze it, we will evaluate it, and we will try to make it better so that it actually works and that you learn from it. Another thing that we do is we help to raise capital. So first of all, we have our own investment tool, but then we also have we have really good connections where we can send you out. So one of them is our Nordea matchmaking event, where we present companies to business angels. Ticket sizes are from 10,000 euros to around 500,000. I think if I did the math correct, from Danish to euros. We also have access to the Spring platform, which connects companies with business angels. And then, as I said, we're also really well connected with the seed investors in Scandinavia. And then another thing that we do is corporate innovation. So we see that not only can startups benefit from working together with corporates, but also the corporates can benefit very much from working with these agile companies. There's a lot that they can learn from the way a startup works. And we try to broker this engagement to bring together these interesting startups to these maybe more slowly progressing corporates and try to see if there's a match and there's a way that they can work together. Yeah, so we've been working with several different corporations, maybe not so much in the healthcare life science space, but more so on the food tech side. Ale is one of the big corporates that, at least in Denmark, that we work with. And then we're also more strong on the clean tech and the fintech side, as I said. Yeah, that was all from me. Thank you for having me here. I will be around a little bit longer, so yeah, try to catch me, and if not, shoot me an email. Happy to connect.
Thank you very much, Christine. Don't hesitate to get in contact with her if you want to hear more about one of their programs, or maybe join one of their programs. Next, we have some exciting program from Kasvu Open, and for the ones of you who are not familiar with Kasvu, it's the largest growth program for startups in Finland, and we will hear from Satu Haka, who will come and talk a little bit more about their program, and then she will introduce 3 of their companies who will pitch to us today. Welcome.
Excellent. I'm glad to be here, especially when hearing the previous talkers telling about their projects. I know it's quite about an hour that you've been sitting, so first things first, let's stand up. Quick stand up, so a little bit. Yes, I heard some in the front. Excellent. Okay, first thing to do is the ones who know what is Kasvu Open and the green team, the green what I'm wearing now, can sit first. Okay, so now these are the rest that I don't know yet, so nice to meet you. You can also sit down now. So I'm going to tell you a few words about Kasvu Open. It's the largest growth coaching program for Finnish SMEs. We run about 400 companies during a year participating in our growth tracks, getting some advices about their growth plan, how to make it in Finland, how to make it abroad, how to find the funding, or how to market your products. So that's what we do. For the companies who participate, it actually doesn't matter which industry, what size, what age the company is. The most important thing is that the company has some kind of growth plan and it's eager to grow. So that's the main thing we are looking from the companies. We've been working in Finland for 9 years now. And as I told you, 400 companies every year. About 70% of those companies are companies who've been working over 3 years. 30% of the companies, if you calculate right, are startups, so companies who've been running for less than 3 years. And what the companies get out of the growth tracks and Kasvu Open is new contacts, visibility, and update of their growth plan. And the programs are free of charge for the companies. Today, in a few minutes, you're going to hear a few companies giving their presentations in 3 minutes, and they are health companies and well-being companies, especially as we are here today presenting the companies. But this year, this is the 4th year in a row we are organizing a healthcare and well-being growth track for especially these industry companies. Partners who we have with us, you've seen already a few of them here in the stage as well, Upgraded, for example, but also Business Kuopio, Business Jyväskylä, Hippos 2020, Salivirta Partners, Healthcare, Central Finland Healthcare District and Regional Council of Central Finland. And these are the partners who want to help the companies to grow. The ones who are helping the companies, so coaching, sparring, giving their networks, advices, are growth experts. For example, Christian was here on the stage. Also Kenneth, who is the facilitator, is one of our experts. So it's a really, really big network of over 2,000 growth ecosystem members. and that's what we are doing. One thing, or the big mission we are doing in Finland, or what we want to achieve, slowly it comes, is that we want to make Finland the best business environment in the world. And that is what we are aiming with the companies, with the experts, and with the partners. So hopefully the ones who haven't yet been in our network, please come to talk with me after the company's pitching, so then we can discuss how you can be involved with this vision and goal we are achieving. Okay, then, as I told you, this year we are running the 4th growth track for the well-being and healthcare companies, and this is the 20 companies we've selected for this year to be in part of this program. They participate in two days where they meet 5 experts on each day, so 10 in total. The next day we are actually going to have tomorrow in Espoo. So that's the day when we have 20 companies, 20 growth experts, coach pairing for the companies. As you can see, there is 20 companies from well-being, healthcare, some medical devices, really different kind of companies in a really different stage of their growth, getting some contacts and also coaching each other. But as it's important for us to coach the companies and give them advices, networks, and visibility, today you have opportunity to listen 3 of these companies giving their presentations. And we've selected 3 ones from the first day, and the first company you're going to hear today is going to be Applicado. And Sini, please come to the stage with me. Let's get, yes, well done. There you go. Just pointing out that the companies have each 3 minutes. So when you, oh, it's already going.
Hi. Do you remember the time when you had your first baby? The mind was full of questions. So what do the parents do? They go to the internet, what is full of inaccurate information, and they are feeling even more stressed. We have helped the families to, we put all the best maternity information in the world together. My name is Sini Havukainen. I am a midwife and the CEO of Leiet. Let me introduce our service. Finland has been chosen to be the best country to be a mom by Save the Children organization year after year. We have the lowest maternal and infant mortality rates, and the whole maternity and child health clinic concept was created here. Leiet is a pocket guide for parents. So you can follow the pregnancy, you can track your pregnancy, you can follow your stomach growing, you can later follow your baby's development. We have already traction here in Finland. At the moment, every 3rd pregnant woman has already downloaded Leiet. And we are cooperating with associations like Red Cross, Heart Association, Diabetes Association, and also with big companies in insurance and pharmaceuticals. So as you can see, Leiet is already a huge hit here in Finland, and now we are ready to go global. We are looking for partners to scale up our business to Japan, China, and other markets. We have already translated Leiet in several languages, and we have already have negotiations with UN, Red Cross, Ministry of Health in Japan, and so on. We are also going to do white labeling, so it's award-winning Leiet application in your branding. And also in the future, we are going to do Leiet certificate maternity clinics. So it's how you identify the best maternity clinics in the world. We believe that we can truly influence families' quality of life so they are not feeling left alone with the toughest job in the world. And we believe that each country and every family deserves world-class care. Thank you.
Sini, I have one question for you. What will happen to Applicado in 2 years? What is your growth plan and target?
We have huge growth plan. So in this year, we are going to open Japan, China, and Arab Emirates. And then, we have had, as I told you, negotiations with UN, Red Cross, today actually, Save the Children organization and Plan. So we are also going to open those developing countries and help the moms and children on those countries.
Excellent. Thank you, Sini. Happy to have you here. Now, that was the first company you saw. And the next one coming to the stage from the companies of 20 is going to be Medico and Kari. Where can I see Kari? Kari. Kari. Kari is... You give it? Kari is missing. Kari was here just a few minutes ago, but now Kari is missing. Okay, let's see if Kari is coming in a minute. But if not, then we are going to go to the third company, which is going to be Fibion today. So Fibion next. Let's come to the stage.
Hi, I'm Petra from Fibion. The yearly cost of sitting too much are estimated to be a minimum of 3 billion euros in Finland alone. Reducing sitting benefits the employers, the individual, and society as a whole. The core IPR of Fibion is the world's most accurate sitting and physical activity analysis. This means that Fibion can reliably estimate the risks of too much sitting or standing, for example. Therefore, Fibion provides a powerful platform for services that aim to reduce the cost of physical inactivity. Fibion Workplace Wellbeing Program is a turnkey solution based on the Fibion platform and fits all kinds and sizes of workplaces. In 1 year, the activity-related workplace norms are changed with a step-by-step program, and the improvements are measured with Fibion. The program differs from the competitors in 3 fundamental and important ways. 1, the program is targeting with clever innovations the whole workplace community, not just the individual, therefore bringing sustainable results. 2, it activates also the most inactive, and not only the ones who are already active. And 3, achieved results are proven in the most accurate way, enabling real return on investment calculations. Due to innovative use of automation and different mediums, the program can be scaled easily and can be priced attractively at 99 euros per employee. Annual corporate wellness market is 1.8 billion euros in Finland and 45 billion globally, so there's great business potential for scalable and effective corporate wellness programs. These are our growth objectives. We need help and resources getting the sales running full speed, and that's why we're here today. Fibion, changing the norms of workplaces for good. Thank you.
Excellent. I have the same question for you as for Sini. So what is the growth plan in 2 years? Where are you going to be then with Fibion?
Well, we have now a footstep on Finnish market, So we are aiming to get global in the few next years, starting maybe from the Scandinavian and then also abroad.
Excellent. Thank you, Fibion. Okay, so well done. I'm not sure because I was asking Kari just a few minutes ago, but because the name is Mika, maybe that was the confusion. But Mika, you are next with Medico. Welcome to the stage.
One day you cannot go to the doctor's office. What will you do? We at Medico, we want to help with this situation by offering personal health tests and free health information for consumers. My name is Mika Karilahti. So the typical problem is that the healthcare will consume your time or your money. With people with health concern, they go to the health centers and are greeted by a health receptionist who will then take them to the nurse, and the nurse will decide if you can meet the doctor or not. And the doctor will say, I don't know, I will send you to the labs, and the results will be available next day. And again, doctor's revisit or a call before you get the medicine. We want to challenge this with our view. People who have health concerns, they will find reliable information on medigo.com website, on our symptom checker. They can order the tests to their home and do the test. And we actually have a partnership pharmacy where you can order the medicine for the illness you might have. Of course, no home surgeon. So what we have over 50 different rapid tests. Then we have over 50 different genetic lab tests. And we have over 2,000 medical and health articles on our website. And we have filed a PCT patent application for microcentrifuge, which would enable for making more tests. Then we have made a test localized web shops where we are test selling the products in Europe, and we have translated the products into 10 different languages, the most selling products. A huge undertaking, I must say. So at this point, we are seeking for a 2 million euro investment with a 6 million pre-money valuation. And how we will be using it is for marketing, new intellectual property patents, and we are thinking about an AI pilot. Also, we want to use 200K for a feasibility study of our third generation diagnostic device, which, well, people have heard about Theranos, but we have some plans, but of course, we need to do a feasibility study before we can say anything more about that. And then export sales and product development. After that, we hope to be able to list the company next year or the following year. Thank you.
Time well spent. Seed is now on. In 2 years, which are the markets you are going to be in?
Hopefully in all of Europe. Then we know that we can sell one product in Singapore because we had a meeting with the regulatory authority. Then in the US there are opportunities, but we need to kind of do some more activities to be able to proceed further.
Excellent. Thank you, Mika, for you as well. Okay, so that was 3 companies out of 20 growth-eager Finnish SMEs. If you want to talk more about the companies from the health industry or the well-being industry, I'm still here with the green jacket and pleased to talk with anybody who is interested. Thank you from our behalf. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Satu. And yeah, may. Yeah, of course you may.
Kenneth, wonderful ideas for like outsider like me. I learned like I was just like a sponge, getting more information. But how about you? You are an expert. Were you surprised at any time?
Well, what's really nice to see, and having seen this development now over many years, is that there's truly starting to become an ecosystem of different type of players who can truly work together. And what I think was also really nice to see that we saw multiple organizations who actually described how they work with others to be more successful. And this is something we didn't see back in 2012 when we, for example, started HealthSpa or Upgraded. And this is something that's really enabling, I think, the activities to grow here in the region.
About a year and a half ago, I was part of the entourage of the Minister of Health. We went to Riyadh and Arab Health. And what I learned there was that, for instance, Saudis, they don't want to buy one application. They don't want to buy one screw. They want the whole thing.
Yeah.
And that means usually startup companies or smaller scale-ups offer just one thing and not the whole solution.
Yeah.
That means these companies should work together and go also across borders. So I suppose this event, having the new Nordics, hopefully opens up our eyes, and companies should work together across borders.
Indeed, and that's one of the challenges I think we've seen, especially in the beginning, on the first years when I was active, 2012, 13, in this sector, and I had my own company as well. Companies focus on a very small part of the value chain, as you said, and I don't necessarily understand the bigger picture. And this is something where we've come a long way. And this is also, for example, where I think it's really important that we have organizations like the Helsinki University Hospital involved in these activities. Right. And we have professionals, we have nurses, we have medical doctors and other professionals who can truly support in increasing the understanding that these entrepreneurs have.
Are there sort of obstacles that we should get rid of? Since usually, just like in development projects, usually countries want to have their own project somewhere, and then they want to have their own project, and that's it. And it's sort of they're jealous about these things.
Yeah.
How could we get rid of that phenomenon?
As how I see it is that it's always about people and understanding of that we can grow the cake together. So we all get a bigger piece of the full cake instead of organizations trying to take the whole piece or the whole cake by themselves, so to speak. So I think that this mindset shift is starting to happen, and as it will continue to happen, I think that we will see more success.
Okay, so health tech is huge, a booming business. In the future, if you talk about the whole new Nordics, in your opinion, what happens in the next 5 years? I mean, do we have a competitive edge towards other countries in this area, or?
Yeah, well, talking about the new Nordics sort of and the increased sort of a larger area around this country and these countries, I think that what will be key is that can we establish collaboration across borders with organizations like H2 Hub or Acceleration, and how can we make the flow of information better? How can we enable truly functional piloting activities to get the first customer references? This, I still think, is one of the main challenges that we have. And if we can do this, I think that as a region, we can be really competitive. But if the different organizations, different cities, or different municipalities or countries compete against each other, I don't think that we're going to be able to stand out on a global level more than what we can now. So now the next step is to truly enable that seeing of growing the cake together.
So you mentioned networking. We have Denmark, we have Sweden here. Don't go away. Let's mingle. Since we have a break now, and we're able to go to wash your hands, have a lunch perhaps, and we're coming back within, was it 40 minutes or 35 minutes? Or, oh no, a bit less, but still 20 minutes, 20 plus. So please come back. It's 1:45, and we'll be having gaming industry then. Thank you so much, Kenneth.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy, mingle, and go to these groups and mingle.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Jan already said, I'm Leena Viitanen, and I'm a game industry alumna and also the head of events of Women in Games Finland. So if you'd like to organize an event with us and promote diversity, please give me a nod, but not too hard one because I'm in heels and I have a bad balance. We have a very exciting afternoon ahead of us. We'll have 4 presentations, 1 panel and 1 interview coming up. So first up, we'll start with NeoGames Finland. NeoGames Finland is a non-profit organization that has a mission to accelerate, coordinate and support the development of a Finnish game industry. KP Hiltunen swore in his 20s that he will never be an entrepreneur. But as of now, he has been a founder in 3 LTD companies, 3 associations, 1 cooperative, 1 Swedish economic förening, and 1 Danish foundation. Now, he's the director of NeoGames Finland, and he's here to tell us about what's up within the Finnish game industry lately. Please welcome KP Hiltunen, wherever you are.
Okay, hello, here I am, yeah. So, the topic today for me is the Finnish games industry, what is going on in the Finnish games industry. I have 8 minutes of time. Usually I do this like 45, but I try to speed up a little bit, so hang with me. Okay, last 2 years, 2017-18 have been the years of stabilization and maturation of the Finnish games industry. We had quite a rapid growth in turnover in 2011 and 2016, but the turnover changed to modest decline in 2017 and 2018. And also the number of the studios decreased from 2050 in 2016 to 2020 in 2018. So in that sense, the Finnish games industry has been in a small decline when you look at the numbers, but the numbers don't tell all about the state of the industry. Because, for instance, in 2017, 4 Finnish companies listed to the stock exchange. It's something we hadn't seen ever before, and it's kind of sign of the maturation of the industry also. And for instance, in the end of 2018, I guess that everybody remembers the small giant Jenga deal, which was the 3rd biggest deal in the Finnish games industry. And it kind of shows that there is a lot of good companies coming also in the future to the stage. One of the things to notice is that actually the number of the games published decreased in 2018. This is primarily due to the fact that most of the companies are in the games as service model at the moment. So they don't publish new games every year. They are enhancing and developing the old existing games in order to get more players, more retention, and get better gameplay for the players. So, in short, 2018-2017, the Finnish games industry has reached this kind of business as usual status. So we are not the fancy newcomer so much anymore. We are respectable industry with respectable companies, with respectable turnover, and this whole thing has stabilized to be part of the Finnish industry and cultural ecosystem. As I mentioned, we had around 220 studios in the end of the 2018. And if you take a look at the numbers, from 95 to 2018, we have almost 600 studios enlisted. So around 40% of the studios ever existed are existing now. And if you think about the number of the startups, this is a startup day. One of the notable things in 2017-2018 was that there were a little bit more startups than previous 2 years. So for a while, it seems that startup ecosystem is slowly going down, but in 2017, 2018, we had some more startups than previous couple of years. This is important since the games industry relies on people finding experience, finding connections, finding networks in startup life, and setting companies which are able to be big ones also in the future. There is no surprise here. The biggest hub of the Finnish games industry is in capital area. The capital area has been rising steadily, and if you think about the turnover, the most of the turnover of the Finnish games industry comes from the companies from capital area. And around 75% of the all employees are from the capital area companies. So in a sense, although it's possible to make games anywhere, it still seems to be so that good flight connections, the size of the local ecosystem, availability of funding, easiness of funding is a crucial thing when we think about setting up a studio, game studio in Finland. But we have to notice that also there has been also some improvement in the regional areas. I guess at the moment there is a successful studio in all of those regions in Finland. So also in that sense we have progressed quite well. One more statistic, the platform, no surprise here either, the main platform for Finnish game developers is still the mobile. We are still the most mobile game developer country in the world. But one of the things which was kind of surprised me a little bit was that Nintendo is actually, alongside with the Swift, is rising quite rapidly, and there still seems to be a lot of companies who are trusting to AR, since AR seems to be one of the big things in the Finnish games industry, at least when it comes to R&D. So believing AR, is it good or bad? I don't know. Let's see. If you think about the number of the people working in the games industry, we had in the end of 2018, we had 3,200 people working in the games industry. If you think that the turnover was well over 2 billion, the number of the employees wasn't very great compared to the turnover. This has always been the case in Finland, and I guess that it's mainly due to the fact that most of the Finnish companies are operating in the mobile space where the need of resources is smaller than it's in traditional AAA games, for instance. And one of the things we noticed, which was kind of revelation also, that at the moment around 27% of the people working in the Finnish games industry are non-Finns. So we have a big number of people working in this industry who are not originally Finns. Actually, in 2016, the number was 18%. In 2018, it was 27%. The number of the females in the industry was, in the end of 2018, 20. It's about the same level as, for instance, in our neighboring country, in Sweden. Yeah, and when it comes to the turnover, as I said, there was a small decline in 2017, a little bit bigger decline in 2010, but this, I guess that it's not about the performance of the industry as such. It's due to the fact, for instance, that 2018 was kind of leap year for many Finnish game developer companies. None of the big ones actually launched any new games. The only new game or only big new game was the Brawl Stars by Supercell, and it came in the end of the year. One of the things to note also is that question I'm always asked, and what always bugs me, is what is the share of Supercell? Well, I have good news. In 2015, the share of Supercell about the turnover of the Finnish games industry was 88%, but in the end of 2018, it was only 65%. So this, if anything, proves that Finland is not a one-hit wonder, but we have ability to create new, successful game studios. And to have a nice, successful game studio requires to be a startup at some point. If there is no startups, there is no success stories. And that's basically the closing arguments, since this clock has been get haywired and it doesn't tell me how much I have time left. So this is the closing argument. Startups are crucial for the ecosystem because without startups, there wouldn't be any success stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Koope. Next up, we have IGDA Finland. IGDA Finland is the local Finnish chapter of IGDA, the International Game Developers Organization, or Association, sorry. IGDA is a non-profit professional society that is committed to advancing the careers and enhancing the lives of game developers. To tell about what's up with IGDA Finland, we have here Natasha Trygg, the chairwoman of IGDA Finland, and also Hive Turku Hub. She's also a board member of NeoGames Finland and Suomen Pelinkehittäjät ry, and is the CEO and creative director of MyTale, a game company from Turku. And if that wasn't enough, she's also a researcher and a teacher at the University of Turku, teaching students on game design. Please welcome Natasha Trygg.
Thank you. Yes, I have no life. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having IGDA Finland as one of the partners in this event. As already said, my name is Natasha Trygg, and I am the chairperson of IGDA Finland. Before I start telling you what we do and what IGDA Finland is and does here for past 15 years, how many of you actually know what IGDA is? Quite many, but still few hands are being down. So IGDA stands for International Game Developers Association with headquarters in US. And there is over 150 chapters and special interest groups worldwide. Now, Finland, as a very, very special place for the gaming world all in all, it's also having incredible results on the IGDA work itself. So IGDA Finland is one of the most successful and most active chapters in the world. And how we do that is, well, as such a small number of people actually compared to elsewhere, the community comes above all. And even that we have a quite small number of people when you think about working in the games industry, which Koope presented previously, because again, compared to Asian markets and so on, the numbers are much smaller. And yet we are really, really successful when it comes to games industry. It's all about people. It's all about community. It's all about trusting each other. And this is something that has been developing in Finland for years. Which also came from the generally culture of startup life and all the other effects from the, let's say, tech community previously, which now, as we see also with Women in Games Finland, there are more women, more diversity in the tech industry as well as the games, of course. So IGDA Finland has 13 hubs. So all the bigger cities across Finland have their own hubs, which are running their events annually, once a month, basically. Monthly gatherings are mostly common, with special events also taking places as well. One of those special events is actually going to happen this autumn in September as Leadership Summit of IGDA, as International Leadership Summit. And it's going to happen first time ever outside of US. It's coming here to Helsinki. How cool is that? So we are going to create this event to which everyone is welcome. This is something that is really crucial to know, that IGDA stands for inclusiveness, that everyone is absolutely welcome and feeling welcome and belonging. And this is something that we strongly, as a community, support across all the hubs. We have over 100 volunteers nationwide who make the magic happen. We also have hundreds of events across Finland on annual basis. So here in Helsinki, for those who haven't possibly been in any IGDA gathering, I warmly recommend and welcome you to the next one, which will be actually in August in organization with Supercell. So please go to igda.fi for more information about our events, and also become a member, because there is a lot of benefits you can get by being our member. Not just coming to the events are of course open for everyone, but there are so many incredible things you can actually learn and develop yourself as a developer, but not just developer, also as a part of the gaming community here and abroad. So welcome joining IGDA Finland, and see you at the next gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. Next up, we'll get some insight on what's up with Farm League. I heard rumors about an upcoming association as well as the Farm League second batch that is about to start. To tell you about what's next for Farm League, we have here Teemu Haila and Suvi Kiviniemi. Teemu Haila is a game industry executive and entrepreneur. Most recently, he was the CPO and co-founder of PlayRaven, and currently he is doing management consulting between his gardening breaks. He was also granted the IGDA Finland Lifetime Award in 2018. Suvi Kiviniemi is the head of Farm League Game Incubator. After 5 years of running her own game company, she's now supporting others to start theirs. She's also a board member of Women in Games in Finland, and also a member of the steering board of the Baltic Game Industry Project. Please welcome both.
Hello, everyone. Welcome also from the community. Now, we've actually got a story to tell. This is an interesting one. So you may have heard of the games building at Maria 01, also nicknamed the Games Factory. It's been open for over a year. There's 25 companies in it, startups, everybody working under the same roof. And a lot has been happening. Now, leading up to this anniversary, we started asking about what has been the coolest things that have happened and what would be the most value going forward. And we asked everybody, we talked to everybody. Over 50 companies responded, and associations and schools. And the message was very clear. Everybody wants roughly the same thing, especially the big companies who are outside of the Maria ecosystem. Everybody in games wants access to information and new ideas. And what does that mean? Mostly talking to smart people, smarter than yourself, about a topic. Everybody wants a neutral base where they can meet, hold events, talk to experts, and really deep dive on those conversations about how do I do better business? How do I hire better people? How do I work with the new technology? How do we make better games? And I like to call that space the living room of the games industry. Now, doing something like that is a lot of work, as you might imagine. It's also a lot of money. So in a very rare showing of those things that can only happen in the Finnish games industry, 15 gaming companies and associations donated over 15,000 euros in 3 days, so we can bootstrap a new non-profit association to take over this initiative and others. We filed the paperwork for this last Friday, and we started operating that association called Helsinki Games Capital yesterday. Isn't that nuts? So there's a lot of support from the City of Helsinki and others. Everybody's welcome to be our member and decide on those yearly initiatives, starting with the living room. Most likely, I hope so. Talk to us more about that, but we're super excited to do it. And the point of that money is also, it's not just to have a bit of money for salaries, but to actually show that this is something that's worth a communal investment. It's private investment to show a sign of unity. We're not here to compete, we're here to collaborate. And this is a very, very concrete way of showing that. Super proud of being part of it. But that's not the only cool thing happening at the factory. There's also the farm, and Suvi has more about that.
Okay, thanks. You left me more than 2 minutes. We talked about 2 minutes. No, that's fine. Yeah, the Farm League is kind of a spin-off of Games Factory 2. It's going to keep on working, probably like cooperation with them, with the NGO, but as a separate entity. Farm League is an incubator only for games, for early stage game companies. We start supporting them right from the founding moment or even a bit before, and keep on supporting them until they are like relevant companies with an effective team and a solid business case and reasonable funding, not necessarily like huge funding, but funding that can keep them running and like some income. As the Finnish game industry, being the awesome community it is, we can crowdsource a lot of the support. We have a mentor pool of tens of industry seniors supporting us, and both me in developing the incubation itself and to support the teams in Farm League. Also, we have joined forces with the Baltic Game Industry Project, of which you'll hear soon more. And well, City of Helsinki has been supporting us a lot. We work closely with, well, Metropolia especially, but also all the game-related schools in the area. So there's a lot of community stuff going on also here. And well, at the moment we don't give any funding to the teams yet, but we have like plans about launching a acceleration track that could be with some kind of private funding that could be activated for the most promising teams, but that's in the future. Also, we are building a network for game-related incubators and accelerators all around Europe. So that's going to help us. Well, you'll probably mention, hopefully, something about that, maybe. But yes, we are working on that too. So we'll get access to more connections and more resources all around Europe. Yeah, am I here soon? Our application is actually closed yesterday, but if you happen to be interested, you're still free to email me. So we'll figure out something, I'm sure. Yes, thank you. No.
Next up, we'll have Women in Games Finland. Women in Games Finland is a freshly founded NGO that has the goal of attracting more diverse talent to the game industry. To tell more about why diversity matters, we have here Taina Myöhänen, the president of Women in Games Finland. Taina has had a long career in games, and she started already in 2006. She's currently the COO of Helsinki-based indie game development company called Secret Exit. And she has found games a great place to work. And she wants everyone else to feel the same, regardless of their age, gender, ethnicity, financial situation, body, etc., etc. Please welcome Taina Myöhänen.
Thank you, Leena. Hello, everyone. My name is Taina Myöhänen. I'm the president of Women in Games Finland. And we are all about diversity and inclusiveness for everyone. I was about to say that we are a pretty new organization because we just got our registration like 2 weeks ago, but then Teemu was a bit better. It was like yesterday. So, but our history still goes back to 2011 when Sonja Angesleva, who is also here present, started the career network for women in Finland. The idea of this network was to get more women working in games. And well, we went that plenty back times, so it was a good goal to do. During the years, this collaboration grew, a big network in Facebook. It was about 1,000 members, and we still do have this Facebook page and the members there. But it wasn't just us growing. Now I have to do my paperwork. So during these years, from 2011, the amount of employees in games multiplied, and the turnover went from 165 million to 2 billion, as Kobe was just saying. Also, the attitude amongst game devs has been changing. We are not anymore like, yeah, let's sleep at the office because we want to do that much work. It's more like we are now having families and other hobbies than making games as well. Obviously, we still make games. And as the industry grows, so do the challenges. There's a constant need for skilled workers in our industry, and also constant need to find better ways to make better games and more profit, obviously. And here, the diversity and inclusiveness come to use. If we want to have the best talents work here in Finland, in games, we should make them feel included. There are a couple of examples, like when the first foreigner is starting into your company, you should maybe change the language, the company official language, to English. It will make them feel easier to settle. Or creating an atmosphere that everyone is welcomed, as Natasha was saying. Or when you are recruiting, trying to reach people from different backgrounds. Secondly, and related, we need people from diverse backgrounds in order to make games that can reach bigger audience. For you, I don't maybe need to say this, but bigger audience means more possibility to make bigger profit. This means, for example, when you have a diverse team, you can make different characters, you can make different storylines. It's much more easier than trying to create on your own head. Characters with different bodies, cultures, abilities. Diversity is the key to think outside of the box. Our industry is quite young and open-minded, and is both good and bad thing. Being young can sometimes mean that we don't have the set processes. And when you don't have a set processes, like for example for recruiting, that can easily go like, okay, I take my buddy, who take their best buddies, and this well, and then you have quite heterogeneous group of people gathering there. Unfortunately, the data supports this. The study Kobe was referring here shows that only 20% of the people working in Finnish game industry are women. That is the same amount, about the same amount than in global studies. And that's a big, like in Finland, we used to think that we are really ahead of these kind of things, but here we are not. Also, the global studies show that the industry is dominated by cis males, 74%, white Caucasian Europeans, 61%, and heterosexuals, 91%. For me, these numbers present quite uniform group of people, and bring more diversity could make more creativity, and then again, in the end of the day, more profit. So what Women in Games do? We organize events, we train our members, we try to make entry to our industry as easy as possible. And also, we want to help those minorities working in games already to succeed. We can help companies who are struggling with diversity and inclusiveness issues. We share resources about studies and similar, about diversity in games and technology. Last thing I would like to point out that anyone can apply to be women in games. Don't be restricted with our name. We take everyone in if you just share our vision and mission. And I also hope that you will come to our events. You probably want to come to our Facebook page and see what kind of discussion is going on there. Thank you very much.
Next up, we'll have a panel upcoming. It's about career stories and getting into game industry. How to find a skillful team for you, and if you're at the beginning of your career, what's the art of the start? To host the panel, we have here Sonja Angesleva, who is the head of product at Zynga and also the chairperson of the board of Neo Games Finland. Sonja has been in the industry for over 10 years and has greatly been driving visibility to the industry. To me, she's the grand lady of game industry, not the grand old lady, but grand lady. And within the panel, she'll have with her Sarah Supply from Small Giant Games, Verna Kiander from Rovio, Zuzana Pupenova from Zynga, and S. Jukala from Shipyard Games. Welcome, everyone.
Just move a bit more to the center. It's a bit funny to sit in the in the corner. Hello, everyone. So now we are talking about the challenge of finding skilled talent to startups, but also to established companies. In this panel, we'll take the perspective from the recent or relevantly recent hires to understand and give insights why finding right people is so challenging, and also how they basically found their ways to the companies they currently work with. I start with introductions. We have only 30 minutes, so we'll try to cover as many topics as we can. But off with the introductions, starting with Essi. You are an interesting case in the sense that you have rather maybe traditional path, studying computer science at the university, being interested in the wide range of things besides like math and like programming. You also are into music and photography. So my question to you is, was it always clear to you that games industry is your future?
Well, I wouldn't say that it was clear to me from the start. It was kind of coincidence in the end that I ended up studying games and after that working in games industry. But I've been always like playing games, not thinking myself as that much a gamer, but still always been interested in games. And then I think all the things together led into me into the games industry.
Cool. Next up is Zuzana. So my point also with this panel is to clearly show you that yes, there are different roles. Not like, okay, Essi is a programmer, but not everyone is a programmer or is even needed. Like it's about team activity. Okay, so the next one, Zuzana, currently working as a 3D artist. You moved to Finland 8 years ago, as there's quite a bit of discussions about how to attract foreign talent to Finland. So why did you decide to move to Finland?
Well, I thought that if I wanted to work with games, there is definitely more possibilities for that in Finland than compared to Slovakia. So I have always been a gamer, so that really was attractive industry for me here.
Welcome to the panel. Next up, Verna. So again, a bit different story. So you basically decided to apply to the Rovio summer trainee program. Maybe tell a bit about the key learnings from the period where you were in the trainee program.
Well, my key learnings would have been, like I learned a lot about how
games are actually made. I used to study game design, which was a lot of like teamwork with like my friends, which is a lot different than working in an actual large-scale company. And some of my other key learnings were just general stress control, time management. I learned a lot about, games themselves itself, because I personally didn't play a whole lot of mobile games until I started studying it. And then I learned a lot about the multiple different types of mechanics and systems and people in the industry. Yeah.
Okay, last but not least, we actually have quite curious case. Sarah has well-established career in art and film production for over 15 years. I'm sure it takes quite a lot of courage to jump to the unknown. What she did, she decided to go with growth hacking study program, a learning program, to basically start something totally new. I'm very curious, like, where did you find the maybe like strength, or how did you, where did you find the strength of basically leaving your existing career behind and jump to something that you most likely didn't have clear picture of?
Wow, what a question. One needs to be courageous and just believe that whatever you learn through education and in your work, your career is never an accident. It's never something that you should just throw aside and pick a new one when you get bored with it. When I saw that I probably don't want to continue on the path that I was already on, I kind of went for the easy solution. I've been a gamer like the rest of the panel all my life. So I was very attracted to the gaming industry. The problem that I had, where I really needed the courage, was because I did not see myself fit in, because I'm not a developer, I'm not a programmer, but I am a team leader, I'm a project manager, I'm a producer, problem solver, and about 20 different things. So through this training program, I was actually able to get this insight into the business and just make the leap.
No, but I think that's also cool, and like everyone also to acknowledge when looking for right talent, or when figuring out like, do I have the courage to start something new, like start a company or join a company or start a new career. Like, there are basically so many paths, like we have here, basically 4 paths. One through school, one, school plus self-learning, one from the trainee program, and one from the jump to the unknown. As I'm also on the stage, and I have the microphone, so I have all the privilege to say whatever I want. I think when thinking about the challenge with recruitment, it's not only about the games industry, it's about like generally in digital services, in the IT industry. And as the Forrester analyst said, basically in the future, every company is an IT company. So every company is facing the same challenges. How do we grow, or how do we build our company the right way? So how our company can be attractive to either like newcomers or established experts, and also the other way around, of course, like, okay, me as a person already working in the industry, or me as a noob to the industry, how do I get in? So my 4 topics, and I think key things to consider and think about is, first is trust your guts. Like Sarah said, like whatever interests you, you just have to basically strive towards that goal. The second one is about owning mistakes. Everyone does a lot of mistakes, but again, if you don't make mistakes, it's really challenging to also correct your way or understand what is clearly not for you. The third one is about never stop networking, and I think that has been one of the topics very well emphasized today in the games track. And the fourth one is promote yourself. So it's always also about who am I as an expert? The industry is changing all the time, so you need to be on top of the industry and top of your tasks. So that's it. That was my 4 points that we will also be covering in this panel discussion, starting with trust your guts. Let's actually do the raising hands exercise at first. When you decided to look for careers in games industry, for how many of you it was a passion? What about a coincidence? Maybe actually, because Essi is the maybeist person of the 4. Please explain.
Well, I was studying computer science, all that. It was pretty clear to me that I want to work in the tech industry, and I was like going for the network technologies, all that stuff. And then actually, I just took a course in the school about computer graphics, realized that, hey, this is cool. I can actually make visual stuff with my code. And then just that year, I graduated as a Bachelor of Science and saw that you can actually apply to Game Design and Production Master's program at Aalto. And that was the first year they actually took in students to graduate as Master of Science through that program. So it was a bit of a coincidence that I actually saw that ad that they are the first year taking new students into that program and all that. So without that, I probably wouldn't be in games. I would be in the tech industry.
As a follow-up question, this goes actually to Sara, because you were the most eager one with raising hands. So a piece of advice for someone who's looking for their way, or a company looking for the way from the other side. Like, what's your piece of advice of finding your own path?
One should always recognize what their own strengths and interests and motivations are. I'm basically a problem solver, so I ended up working in the player support, the community. This is a place where you actually need to solve problems daily, all the time. I think people should recognize what they are good in and then just look at gaming as an industry. There are just, as so many times has been mentioned, so many different slots where you can actually fall in. It doesn't necessarily mean that you need to be a coder, like I said.
One more follow-up question on this topic. This goes to Susanna. So you have been working in the games industry a bit longer. My question to you is, if you could travel back in time, what would you say to your young self studying media engineering? Would you do something differently?
I guess it was about, for me, I guess I would have said to myself that to follow my intuition more, and connected to that, after I already made the decision to move on to 3D art, I guess it would be for me about the positive self-talk, because I think a lot of stagnation can happen with when we speak to ourselves negatively, and that leads to slower progress. So for me, I think that's the biggest piece of advice that I would have given myself, like just being positive, because that leads to more relaxed mindset about approaching projects, and you get more projects done when you feel like more empowered. That would be the most important.
So trust your gut. A couple of perspectives to that topic. My next topic was never stop networking. As I said, there has been already several examples where the importance and relevance of networking in games industry has been highlighted. But let's hear about practical learnings from networking. Verna, have you been actively in the game community events? If yes, what you have learned? If not, why not?
I'm somewhat active. I like to go to, IGDA events and things like that, because there you meet a lot of new people, you have lots of interesting conversations. And I do know people who have gotten a job through networking, through IGDA events or other game events. But personally, I'm quite quiet, so I always find it difficult to approach someone just randomly. Hi, nice to meet you. Let's now talk about work or something. So I'm not very active, but I plan to be more active now that I've finished my studies, and I'm now going to fully focus on my career and all these things.
Actually, maybe a follow-up question to you. So how necessarily do you think networking is when thinking of career-wise?
Well, generally, I think in Finland, and especially in the game industry right now here in Finland, we focus a lot on having connections, as in people get a lot of jobs through connections, and I personally think it's kind of not that great for people who are coming in from abroad or who are new to move to a new city and things like that. So it's like networking is important, but I would very much like it to not be as important as it currently is, like personally, in my opinion.
Tying the discussion back to the employment and finding talent, anyone has a comment either about good experience of finding talent from the community events, or the other way around, like benefits for you from any sorts of networking in games? Any takers?
I'll save the rest of you. We have actually recruited someone from IGDA event. And in my team, I've been recruiting people who actually have a similar story to mine. People who have a career already somewhere else. They've gathered skills somewhere else. But then I'm going to be the one who reaps the benefits and then employs them into gaming industry. It's a win-win.
Well, I can speak if no one else has a good example. So I think actually one of the strengths and one of the reasons why Finnish game industry has been growing so rapidly, and from sharing learnings, is because of like networking, because of not being shy about sharing contacts or sharing, mistakes or successes, whatever you have. It just makes, speeds things up when there is a strong enough and maybe also small enough community to have trust. Okay, moving on as the time runs. The third topic was owning mistakes. This is also an interesting case, and also I'm very curious to hear from you, as the more you do different things, the more you also tend to fail, because you just can't foresee everything in advance. So let's actually start with Verna, because you are rather a newcomer. So do you remember a specific experience when you basically did something that utterly failed, or at least failed a bit, and you would wish to have done something differently?
I don't know if I can come up with a very specific moment, but I've had times where I should have known how to do coding more, like at work or in general. Now that I look at all sorts of job opportunities as a game designer or as a level designer, I would have way more opportunities if I knew more specific skills like coding, or outside of just design, skills outside of just design. So That in a way is a mistake that I'm currently working on.
I think that's actually a good example because usually, or too often, I guess, startups focus on these devastating mistakes, but actually oftentimes the challenges or mistakes are a bit smaller in scale. Okay, so let's turn the question around. Does anyone have practice or learning that basically you did well and you would hope that the whole company or the whole industry would learn from you or do the same? You're so modest. No, but that's fine. If no takers to that one, then let's talk a bit about misconceptions about making mistakes. Again, thinking of recruitment or attracting talent or talents, finding companies. Either way. Any personal experience about misconceptions regarding making mistakes?
Well, generally people think mistakes are very bad. Like you shouldn't make mistakes because you feel horrible afterwards or maybe something horrible happens. But overall, mistakes is like the only way we can ever really learn anything properly. Like if you never make any mistakes, you might not realize, or if nobody ever tells you you've made mistakes, you might not realize how to become better at something or how you might have a weakness in something and you really should develop a specific skill, for example.
Yeah, and you were talking about recruitment and all that. When I was looking for a job in the games industry, I had to apply for 40-something jobs to even get the first interview and all that. And still, now that the current company I'm at, I'm feeling really powerful, feeling that I can do a lot. And it's still something about the interviews, making yourself known with little experience. How do you actually describe that you can do all these things? And it's really hard to tell the companies if you don't even get an interview. And that's also maybe, as I think Taina was saying in the diversity thing, that how you should actually reach into people who had different backgrounds. And I am in the sense lucky that I studied at Aalto, and now at my current company, 2 people are from the Aalto University too. They know what I know based on my school experience. But without that, I might not be employed again. So that's also one important thing, that reach out to the different people with different backgrounds.
Actually, that question was a trap, because now we can get back to what can you give back to the games industry. I think this was a great case, sort of the art of start. If you don't have the network or previous experience, so do you actually have any pointers to either companies or fresh graduates or those who still are in the school? So what to change? Should you change, or should the companies or processes change?
Well, it's a two-edged thing. I think, of course, for the students, one key thing that we did right in our school is do as much games as possible, make them as ready as possible. But also then for the companies, do not expect that people have, when they're looking for their first job, one completed game already, which is published. So meeting the expectations between the two would be a bit better, because, for example, my master's program is 2 years. What can you learn in 2 years about games and all that stuff that is accompanied with that? So maybe meeting the expectations would be a thing to keep in mind for both the students and the companies then.
I'm a bit now stuck with this question, but I think this is an interesting case, and I really want to ask Verna. As the summer trainee program is a bit a different path, so what did you have to do in order to approve your and express your skills?
Well, you have to stand out really well because they get a lot of applicants for those training programs. And it's a very long process. It took like a few months, and I had like a different type of tests, and I had to write this sort of analysis and then come up with new mechanics for a game. And while I was doing those, I decided to just go completely overboard in hopes of sort of standing out as in someone as someone who works really hard and like puts a lot of focus into something. And then because of that, like my 10-page essay, I got in, they got interested, and I did all the rest of the test and got hired, and I forgot the question. But that was a good start, so it was an answer. I'm not judging you by answers. It's actually quite common in the games to have a self-taught skill base. So one more follow-up question on this topic to Susanna, because you have basically understood that actually your passion lies in 3D arts, and you basically trained yourself. How can you be sure that you are good enough?
Well, you have to be able to draw the line. Like when you're working as an artist, you have to have a portfolio. So for me, I guess the self-studying, it was very important to define what inspires me, because that would be where I would draw my energy from to continue working on it. So, and ideally you want to match that type of art style with the company that you are aiming to work at. The problem is if you like different type of style than is being used in companies that are in Finland, for example. But for me, it was mostly about getting in touch with people that were inspiring me. So I was also able to have mentorship with a person from my dream company. And that was very useful. It boosted the learning so much. And seeking feedback is also very important because you get an instant reaction to what you can improve on. And basically that way you can get your portfolio done faster, and that's basically the only road to landing that first job, because as an artist you will be judged solely on the portfolio initially, especially with the first job.
And of course that also applies to other fields of, well, digital services or IT. There are loads of MOOCs, and I think it's way easier to evaluate someone even without a formal education if there are relevant courses and activity from the applicant's perspective. Okay, so time is running, so we need to move to the last topic, promoting yourself. This is the favorite topic for all Finns, so I guess I'll just let Susanna to talk about, on the topic. So, no, but seriously speaking, promoting yourself, you need to, as Verna said, stand out from the crowd in order to get picked up to a position. No matter if it's like a startup or a bigger company, the company needs to prove that you are the right person to this company. So, question about. Let's actually start with Essi. So, what has helped you to? Well, you are in the forefront of game industry, working for Shipyard Games, so developing AR games. There is a huge potential in AR. What has helped you to get there?
Well, I think the biggest thing that landed me a job in the games industry is the thing that all my teachers said, that even though you're a coder, make a portfolio, make your games playable so that anyone can play your games online, on a mobile device, wherever. And of course, then make games, make more. That's the only way you'll learn. And yeah, I think the one thing that I stand out with, usually when applying, I have a really nice visual portfolio that usually coders don't have.
Actually, same question, Susanna. What has helped you to get where you are?
Well, again, I would say it was a bit easier for an artist because it's very straightforward with portfolio. But that also means there's a lot of it's a lot of time-consuming work prior to the process of even applying for the job. So you can even apply for a job if you don't have it, and it can take years to do it. So having a good portfolio is a must, and also I think attitude, because you only get one chance to make first impression. So I think being honest with yourself when you evaluate your skills. And when you evaluate, you can determine more easily what are your strengths and weaknesses, and also researching the company. So researching the culture of the company, whether you think it's a good fit, and then you basically, when you find a company that you consider a good fit, basically just imitate what they are doing. I think that's the ultimate thing.
Actually, we do this as a round, as it's also interesting from the, so when you do game design, how did you end up being where you are, and how did you prove yourself?
You end up by playing games, and instead of just playing games, you have to analyze games and understand how they work and understand the functionality and the general mechanics. And also, yeah, that's
still the same.
Yes. This is, by the way, the last question.
Okay, quickly. So, yeah, I took a shortcut. The training program connected me already with the companies who were waiting for a professional who was on board that program. So I didn't need to have the contacts. They had them for me. But what I needed to do was first to get into the program. There were 500 applicants. They took 40 people that year, and the gaming track was 10 people. I was one of them. Then after that, you interviewed with the company that was interested in your CV. So it was a coincidence. Maybe they saw my passion, and here I am.
Yeah, so we have 4 seconds. So I guess, well, okay, I'll give you the last question.
Okay, I'll be really quick. Thanks a lot. I'll be on the next panel. Did anybody think about starting your own company, and would you in the future, and why not?
Well, as I've been largely studying game design and game production also, I've been kind of interested in the possibility. And of course, before I joined Shipyard, I was thinking of maybe founding my own company. We had a really good project in school, and we were actually encouraged to do that. So, but then life ended me here, and now I'm happy with the current company. But maybe in the future, either way, if things go really well, I might want to at some point start my own company, or if things don't go that well, then maybe then.
Thanks for the question, and thanks for closing the panel with the question. So unfortunately, we are out of time. I hope you get good insights also when thinking of either your own startup or figuring out how to get to an existing startup or start your own. So super big thanks to the panelists and everyone in the audience. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for our fabulous all-female panel. Next up, and as the last program of this games track, we'll have an interview with Per Strömbäck from Dataspelsbranschen and Suvi Latva from the Baltic Games Industry Project. The tough questions about the Nordic or Baltic ecosystems and cooperation will be asked by K.P. Hiltunen, who you already met. Per here has an impressive CV in game industry. He already started in 1996, and since 2005 he has been the managing director of Spelplan, Association of Swedish Game Developers. He has also served on the board of Interactive Software Federation Europe and on the board of Nordic Game Institute. He has also been voted as the second most influential game industry person in Sweden. I wonder who was the first. Maybe we'll get an answer. And Suvi Latva here, she has her roots in virtual reality and real-time 3D graphics. She has been working with game industry and research and started her journey with game business development by building game industry ecosystems in Oulu. Since 2013, she has been acting as the Chief Business Advisor of NeoGames Finland, taking care of business relations to Finnish game developers and their potential partners. Please welcome all three of you to the stage.
Yes, I'll sit here. Okay. So, first of all, Per, it was nice to have you here. As you know, we consider Swedes as foreigners if there is no real foreigners available. And thank you, Suvi, for attending this panel. So we are talking about the ecosystem, and we are talking about cooperation in different ways and different areas. And first of all, Per, we have been doing Nordic cooperation. Not too many people know this. We try to keep it secret that we have been dealing with Swedes for years. But we have been doing Nordic cooperation since 2004. And if you think about the ecosystem development, what do you see as a benefit of this kind of Nordic collaboration in the games industry?
Thanks. Yeah, so we started out all those years ago thinking of, we are these weird countries in a faraway place and nobody really knows what we're about. And back then, we didn't have too many games to brag about. I mean, there was Battlefield in Sweden and there was Max Payne in Finland and maybe some others, but we didn't have too many success stories. So I think back then it was just a way for us to show a better face to the rest of the world and have some more success stories to talk about. And now I think 15 years later, it's the reverse. Now everybody knows about us. Sweden, Finland constantly voted top in Europe as the most important game development countries. People are moving here, people are investing here. Yeah, that's all thanks to the work that we did back then. And also some people made some great games on the way.
Yeah, and actually it was the only way to get money for parties back in 2004, collected from all of the Nordics. Nowadays we can get it from the Finnish or Swedish games industry. But Suvi, hey, you have been also involved to the development of the ecosystems for a long time, even though you are so young. And if you think about building ecosystem, building startups, in the area of Baltic, Finland and Sweden are quite advanced countries, but when it comes to the less advanced countries like Lithuania, Estonia, what are the biggest challenges when building up this kind of startup games industry ecosystem?
I think that the challenges are actually global in the startups in the game industry, that there is kind of so much passion to found new game companies, and many times the basic idea is just love for the games and the game development, but many times people are not thinking about the business. But if you want to make a commercial product, you have to think about the business, and that's actually the thing which is lacking in not only in the Baltic area, but also sometimes in Finland and in Sweden and in all the areas. And to solve that problem is, of course, what we mentioned many times. Here in Finland, we have a great community, the community which can actually maybe share the knowledge about that. You should maybe think about a little bit about the business. There is nice facilities like these incubators, like what BTI is now offering, or building the incubators where you can actually get some advices and community which supports you also to think about not only the creative and idea side, which is of course important, but think about also about the business side. So yeah, I forgot already the question.
Yeah, well, it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, let me add to that. I mean, the best game developers, the best games business people that I see, they started with the passion that we saw on the last panel. Everybody who joins the industry should do it because of their passion. If you don't have that passion, I don't know that you're going to live very long. But also, if you're going to make it, at least as an entrepreneur, you need to learn the business on the way. So it's fine. I mean, there's a great indie scene. They don't care about business too much, or at least they don't like to say so. But if you want to become a part of the industry, if you want to make the big titles, then you need to be serious about business, as Suvi says. From the ecosystem perspective, I think there are maybe 3 things that I have learned on the way, and one is talent. So we need really passionate and skilled game developers who want to make games and have great creativity and the skills to make that creativity come true. And that can come from many different places. I mean, we didn't used to have a good education system. Now I think we actually do. People start with their own companies. And I think it was interesting also on the last panel, you who changed careers, because we see that a lot also, people who want to come into the games industry. So how can we help guide the way? How can we help build new opportunity around that? So that's all in the talent question. And then I think it's access to funding. So obviously you need some kind of money to pay the bills before your game is out and you start making money from the players. And funding can come from many different sources, but you need to find that somewhere. And the last is community. Am I jumping ahead on your questions? The last is community. So the sense that we're all in this together, we help each other out. If you're successful, that means I'm successful too, or at least it increases the likelihood of me being successful. I had a lunch a few years ago with the head of the IT and telecom industry in Sweden, so all the big IT consultants, and I said, well, our companies, they borrow staff from one another if they have a hard time with a deadline or something. And she was like, what did you say? It was unheard of for IT consultants to work together like that. So if you have these 3 things, talent, funding, and community. And I think actually Sweden admires Finland for this. You had lots of talent coming out of Nokia. You had excellent funding programs with the Skene system and whatever else programs tech has made. And you have a great community. You have IGDA, which we never made really work in Sweden, and Neo Games, obviously. So you have all these 3 things. And we have struggled a little bit more to get this working in Sweden. And then maybe as a last point before I pass the mic, I think we're blessed to have this friendly rivalry between Sweden and Finland, so we can work together on the outside, but then we compete with each other. It's a little bit like ice hockey. So hats off, for the World Championship, where we would much... So, if we didn't win, we would much rather have you win than anybody else, at least. So that's what we do. It's whenever we get together, we have this little ritual where we take out our latest report and we say, how big are your numbers? This is how big my numbers are, and who has the bigger numbers? All right.
So we don't need any more questions. We can continue. I want to say something about the funding, because about the ecosystems, because many times also in Finland there tend to be this kind of trend that everyone, especially the public money, wants to have a growth companies, and everyone needs to raise funding from the private side and venture capital, and not every game company is a growth company. And I think that we need to see a diversity also in the company size, also in the business models, also in the funding. I was so happy to see in this study what we just made in NeoGames that there is lots of new startups which are doing, for example, work for hire to make a solid funding, because those are not the growth companies. Those are game developers. They are not willing to actually make an exit in 5 years. But work for hire is providing them decent funding, which would be maybe difficult in other ways. So there must be a diversity in also that sense. And of course, also to see the weaknesses, not also of course the strength, but see the weaknesses in the ecosystems or in the developers, and focus on those and tackle those weaknesses. So I think that's really important. Of course, sometimes we Finns think it from the cynical side, but I think that's important to see where you can improve.
Okay, this was we spent half of time with one question, which is always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to the host. I don't have to invent too many questions. But hey, one of the things which seems to be popping up, and this is, we have been talking about this today in many different speeches, and it seems to be the kind of hot topic of this year is diversity. And reflecting back to the things we have been doing in NGA or things we are doing in BGI at the moment, question is, if you think about those 15 years, do you think that we have been doing enough with the diversity issue? I don't mean only the gender or ethnicity or something like that, but what Suvi mentioned, diversity in different kind of models of doing this kind of innovation of finding new ways to approach the games industry, which is quite a nasty beast if you want to approach it from the front side.
Well, have we done enough around diversity? No, of course not, because you can never have enough diversity, you can never have too much diversity. I mean, starting from technology and business models, the slide you showed, Kopi, about the different formats with the mobile and the surprise around Nintendo, etc. There was like 10 different formats. That's 10 different ways to reach the players. We didn't have that 15 years ago. We didn't used to have free-to-play. We didn't used to have self-publishing. We didn't used to have even online markets like App Store or Google Play or whatever. So there's been an explosion of diversity. That means an explosion of opportunity, obviously. And I think that opens some new doors to new players. We used to always think that there was a generation of players who had grown up playing games, and by that the whole gamer population globally would increase. Not so, because we're now adding older players who never grow up with games. But I think, I mean, the real challenge obviously is about diverse people. We have a much more diverse player base than a game developer base. So of course we haven't done enough around that. And I think part of the problem has been our self-image, the nerd identity, that we see ourselves as outsiders, that we're misunderstood, that the rest of the world don't appreciate what we're trying to do. Sometimes policymakers want to ban games, whatever. And we've been in this victim mode so long, and we haven't woken up to the fact that, hey, actually people are listening to us, they're playing our games, we have an influence. So I wish we had left victim mode. That's a really comfortable place to be much sooner, because then we can have been much more open to people with diverse backgrounds. But I think also what we haven't done, and what I'm trying to do now, is not say, oh, diversity is important, we should take every opportunity. It's not enough to take every opportunity. We need to set the goal. This is where we want to be, and this is when we want to be there, and then just count backwards. These are all the steps we have to take to be there, to get there. That's different than opportunity. That's strategy. So we haven't done that homework, at least not in Sweden, but we're doing it now.
Did you have a comment?
Yes, I always have. Also, I think that it's not. I think it's really important to work for the diversity and make it equal opportunities for everyone. But as in the previous panel, I think that it's for many people outside of this kind of small circles of the game industry, game community, it's not clear what are the opportunities to work in here. What are the, as you mentioned, that you didn't have any clue. If you are not a game developer, if you're not the programmer, if you're not the artist, is there any other opportunities? So I think that that's important also to reveal what is in there, what we are offering, because now there is not that much what is aware. People are aware what work can be in the game industry.
Yeah, I guess that has been asked from me many times. So what kind of jobs there is in games industry and what kind of backgrounds people have in the games industry. And I don't know if there is any priests in the Finnish games industry, but I know that there is a couple guys who have background as a police. So there is a lot of different backgrounds in people working in the games industry, not necessarily in the game development, in the core of the game development, but there is a lot of layers in the game company which are as crucial to the success of the company as the game development itself. And this is definitely something we should stress, that it's not only about the game development. Game business is more than game development. Or what do you think, Per, about this?
I'm stuck with the police. I wonder what they're doing. Cops and robbers games. Yeah. What do I think? I think we can reach a bit of the way in marketing or promotion or educating the public about opportunity. I think that's part of the answer. I think we tend to look too much to the education system to provide new talent. I think we need to, we can do a better job recruiting from other sectors. And I think we can also do a better job recruiting from overseas. I think that may be one of our biggest challenges. Actually, it's one of our biggest opportunities for cooperation. It's great when we market ourselves together to attract talent from overseas. And then in Sweden, we have this weird problem with work permits. So even after somebody makes the leap and moves to Sweden and takes a job with one of our members, all the stuff that's involved in that, leaving your country, maybe bringing your significant other or family and starting a new life in a new country. And then we have stupid administration problems with work permits, so that if your previous employer didn't pay the insurance properly, or if you made some stupid mistake around your vacations or anything like that, they withdraw your work permits. So we had several people expelled from Sweden for this. This is an outrage, and we need international support for this. So please go next door to the embassy and tell them this needs to stop.
Yeah, there is same kind of stories in Finland, and we have been dealing with the previous government for 2.5 years to settle these things up, and the legislation process is pretty difficult. Let's put it this way. But I guess that we are getting there slowly but steadily. Yeah. Once upon a time, we had this idea about Nordic area as a one area when it comes to the employers coming from abroad. Do you think that it's still a valid idea, or should it be something we should stress, that Nordic area is an area where it is possible to come to first to Finland, and if you don't find a place, then it's possible to move to the AAA studio in Sweden and so on. Do you think that this is still valid?
Yeah, and I think it's increasingly true. I mean, you said send them to Finland, and that's exactly what will happen. I mean, it's much easier to move from Stockholm to Helsinki than to move to Barcelona or Los Angeles or whatever. So I think this is a great message for us, and we see that. I mean, we see between Copenhagen and Malmö, you don't even have to move house to change jobs in a different country. So. Yeah, I love this message. I think we can work more on that. Maybe together with some government people who can print really nice folders that we can bring to the shows.
Yeah, waiting for a government to do some really nice prints. We can wait for a long time before we see that. But Suvi, about the BGI and in general, the role of the city, we are here in Helsinki City Hall. How do you see how the city or this kind of process can support the games industry in these cities?
In many ways, like NeoGames is a national industry organization, but we as said, national. We cannot go too deep to the regions, and there is in many areas, different areas in Finland, there is a regional support, and even in Helsinki, which is the capital area and which is the most mature game industry hotspot. But still, we need to have a regional support here, and we need to have a support also for the young startups in the incubators. And what is the one thing which is the most important also, or at least very important, is that trade missions and export, that city is supporting companies to go to the trade shows and giving subsidies for and giving them an opportunity to actually join the international trade shows. And I think that's really important thing. And as said, incubators.
Yeah, and City of Helsinki, as we know, is doing this kind of activities through NewCo. They have this funds for the startups to go to the trade events to make this kind of reality check if they are in the right track or not.
99% of the industry is coming from the export.
Yeah, that's true. 98.4 actually is of the turnover at the Finnish games industry is coming from the export, and I guess that the situation is pretty same in the Sweden. But hey, we have 27 seconds of time. What is the greatest achievement you think that we have been able to do with the NGI, Nordic Game Institute?
I think we've managed to find a joint Nordic identity, so we think of the Finnish sisters and brothers as our friends, and the Danish sisters and brothers, and the Icelandic and the Norwegians, so that we know about each other and we can help each other out. That's the greatest achievement, and I think that's something we can build on. Can I just add, if I may, City of Helsinki, celebrate games culture. We talked about technology a lot today, but lots of people also talked about creativity. Celebrate games culture. The government, civil servants may not be the right people to organize games festivals and LAN parties and whatever, but when you get the opportunity, provide the visionaries, the people with ideas, the creators with the space and the resources to do that. Celebrate games culture.
Same question to you. Do you have great achievements?
In where?
In the development, ecosystem development part of the industry. She has so many, she doesn't remember anything. But yeah, this is one. Okay, but thank you everybody, and like Brother Per said, hallelujah, let's invest to the games industry. See you around. Bye.
Okay, thank you for this interview, and it's about time to wrap this games track up. So please give applause to yourself who listened, and also to our wonderful speakers. And I hope you have learned a lot today. Thank you, everyone.
Don't go. No. One more thing. You're not going anywhere. I'm not promising you a party, but there's an award. Okay. There's one more award, and then party. Okay. Wonderful idea to have parties. The point is there's lots of startup events going on the whole week. Tomorrow will be Arctic 15, and actually next week there will be an event called, Eco Game Jam. Eco Game Jam. That's a new thing. Eco Game Jam. Google that. We'll do the K. But next, ladies and gentlemen, one more thing, as I mentioned to you. Helsinki Startup Ecosystem Hero Award. Tommo Koivosalo and Oki Tog, please take the stage. NewCo Helsinki.
So last year when we launched this whole concept, this event, we also decided that we will start to promote somebody, an organization, a person, whatever, who has been extremely valuable to the Helsinki ecosystem. And the idea is that the one who got it last year will pass it on to the next one this year. And last year it was Oki Tog, representing Microsoft Flux back then. Now, by the way, working for NewCo Helsinki. But this is not the idea to recruit people. Now, Oki will tell who's the lucky one this year, or actually not lucky, but hardworking one. And Oki will pass the prize on, and then I have the chance to give the flowers and hug that person, okay?
So does this mean I don't get to hug that person? Damn it. Yes, so this is the Helsinki Startup Ecosystem Hero Award.
We were rewarded this last year with Microsoft Flux team. I was the manager of Flux at that time. And as part of you know, most probably, Microsoft Flux was a 3-year project, and it ended this year's February. As this was awarded last year, I truly hope that this won't be a tradition, that magically the awarded organization disappears, but hopefully it won't be so. So every year, this is awarded to the person Helsinki City considers to be worthy of an Ecosystem Hero Award. And this year, we have decided to reward and honor a person from the gaming sector. I would love to welcome on stage KP Hiltonen of Neo Games Association Finland. Here you go, sir. There have been a couple of words that have brought up this personality. I've been discussing with people, and the 2 words that have come up, one is gentleman, and the other is a bridge builder. So it is an awesome honor for me to give this award to you. You found Neo Games already back in 2012, and before that you've been working in the gaming industry for a long, long time. You've seen it all pretty much, you could say. You've seen failures, successes. You've also seen the gaming culture, the very open sharing culture, given birth to that, as it's been born. Other sectors have been trying to imitate it even, understanding that, holy crap, this is something we need to do also. So is there maybe a special moment you want to share with us here today?
Yeah, actually there is. It was way before I was in the games industry. It was in 1999, and I was working in the ICT industry, and I actually saw in a newspaper a story about a company called Housemarque, which has just launched the game called Submarine Snowboarding. And Ilari, you all know Ilari, he was smiling into the picture, and I think that this guy has to be a happy guy because he is working in that kind of industry which is actually developing something for the people, something for the consumers, not doing slides to Nokia, which I was doing back in those days. Nothing wrong with the slides to Nokia, but when you do those like 3 years in a row, it gets boring. So then I kind of decided that one of the days I would like to be involved to the games industry. And when there was opening to get involved to the games industry in 2004, I jumped in, and there is 2 things I have always been very proud of in the Finnish games industry and in Finnish startup scene. One of them is, of course, the dynamics. So there is a lot of companies who have a lot of dynamics. The dynamics doesn't always lead companies to the right direction, but there is a lot of power in that those people who are actually willing to do things and ready to do things. And another thing is the community, which has been mentioned so many times today already. And I would like to see that those things, 2 things, are already also in the future in the place in the Finnish startup scene and in Finnish games industry. Dynamics will to go even through the stone if needed, and also the community spirit, sharing, caring, networking, and seeing that there is a lot of potential out there. We just have to grab it. Okay, but thank you.
Thank you, KP. Once more, a big hand.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and let us expand Per's idea to celebrate not only game industry, but also the Nordic approach and the new Nordic approach to both startups and scale-ups. So party on, and let's see you next year, okay? Thank you so much, everybody. And Per, thank you for reminding us what is important. Thank you.